Oh, hey, didn't see you there, internet. Just doing some manly stuff, like shaving with a knife and drinking some old bourbon. Give me 1 sec, I'll be right back. That's better. As someone who does a lot of masculine things, like wear guy liner and cry several times in a Robin Williams movie, I feel like I know a thing or two about being a man. And there is nothing more manly that one can do than cut off the sleeves to a metal t-shirt. That is right. I'm going to be showing you guys today my process on how to cut up a metal shirt the correct way, or any shirt for that matter. Making this video on behalf of the dudes over at Midnight Metal. They wanted me to make a little video on how to get the perfect cut, the perfect fit, how not to mess up words like I did on this shirt. So you'll actually have the whole word Cannibal Corpse and not just Annibal Core. So let's get into it. All right, so I just got this awesome new Iron Maiden Senjutsu shirt. I pre-ordered it a couple weeks ago and it's freaking sweet, dude. And it already is graced with some cat hair, some of my own hair. So yeah, it's just ready to go. So basically, what I wanted to show you guys is how to properly cut off the sleeves and how not to just totally ruin a shirt, especially after you spend like $30-something on it. So basically, the way that I always like to start when I cut my t-shirts is I like to kind of see where the design is on the front and on the back. So this one's pretty well centered, like it's not going super wide off to the sides like some shirt designs do. Same with the back. I always like to double check and make sure that the back isn't going too wide, and it should be pretty much good. So what I'm gonna do whenever I cut my shirt, I like to go about 2 fingers worth on each side next to the sleeve seam. And the best way to do this is actually taking fabric scissors. Otherwise, you will just royally screw up a nice shirt like I have done in the past with kitchen scissors. So fabric scissors make a big difference. So what I like to do, I take the 2 fingers, I make a little mark right next to the fingers and just kind of see where I'm gonna start it. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of pull it apart on each side with these fingers and then all the way in, and I try to make like a little angle. Like I'm kind of angling it towards the design, but not too much. Just kind of almost going with the flow of the sleeve. And I don't want to get too close to the design because after you wash a shirt that you have cut up, it is going to roll up a little bit on the sides. As you can probably see on this shirt, I cut it a little bit too close and now I cut the C off, cut the E off. Like I was saying earlier, nobody really wants an Annibal Core shirt, so it is what it is. I'm not getting rid of this shirt. I love this thing. So what I do, I try not to get too big of cuts and not too little of cuts as I come through, otherwise it's just going to look kind of choppy. Now when I get here, about halfway through the design of the shirt is when I kind of start angling it in. So I'll keep the fabric still pulled apart and angle it through. You don't want to make any like sharp turns on this, otherwise it's just going to look a little, you know, chopped up. Now with this one, some of the fabric got a little caught right down the center when I was trying to straighten it out, so I'll have to take care of that extra little piece later. So we're just going to do the same thing on this side. Again, same thing, 2 fingers. That's probably the perfect amount that you need right here. So I'm going to slide it in. Get that first little cut. Again, make sure that everything is straight and flat so we're not, you know, making any big, weird, extra cuts on top of it. So again, angle it towards the design just a little bit, kind of following the way that the sleeve angles. Not making too huge of cuts, not making too little of cuts. And again, I'm going to about halfway on the design, depending on how long you like your armpit holes cut. I kind of like them a little bit lower down the lats, you know, to show off the guns. And then I'm just gonna start angling it out. Again, we don't want any sharp turns here, just kind of soft angles. Bam. Now, I always like to spread it out, make sure it's even. Looks like these cuts are pretty much centered. The only thing that I need to do here is clean up this little spot. So what I'm gonna do if I find something like that, flip it over to the side that it's on. Take a look at exactly where it is and make sure that it is centered with the other piece underneath so you're not making a whole bunch of extra cuts. And straighten it up. And bam, look at that. Got a nice little Iron Maiden shirt for the gym. All right, well, let's try it on. Oh, there you go. I'm taking a look at it and the holes are even and nice and deep. Good for taking it to the gym. It's not too close on one side, you know, it's not uneven. Always make sure that the back is even as well. And then if it's a little bit too high on the shoulders, like if it feels like it's like kind of coming over your shoulders, don't worry, it will probably roll up a little bit when you wash it. If you find that it's still a little bit too far over the shoulders, I always cut it like maybe 1 finger's worth from where you cut it from the last one, just to get that extra tiny little bit in. But most of the time when you wash it, it will roll up a little bit on the sides and it will look perfect. Thanks for watching. Hope this was somewhat informative. I feel like it's, you know, just kind of self-explanatory, but to some people it's not. So, hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching.
Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal. Meyer, Burnett, and Dave Parker. They're fucking metal. Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fucking metal. Whatever the hell else you want to call me. Robert Meyer Burnett, and this is Midnight Metal, episode 63, which means we're 6 episodes away from 69, dude. And that is going to be one hell of a metal show. Let me tell you, you know, I talked to Dave Parker today, and I said, what should we talk about on the show? And he said, what about, we'll talk about various GOATs, greats of all time. And then he just kind of flaked. I couldn't get a hold of him. I didn't know what he was going to do. I didn't know if he was mad at me. I had no idea. Maybe he had a date. Maybe he was going to a metal concert. I don't know. And then just, you know, I was feeling disappointed. But then he just appears. Out of nowhere, out of the ether. Dave Parker is back from the grave and ready to party. But Dave, are you feeling fucking metal tonight, Dave? Are you feeling metal?
Rob, I am metal. I don't have to feel it. I am metal.
You've always been metal. You're wearing a beautiful Chaosium shirt.
I am. I'm celebrating that. Band and all the good stuff. And holy shit, dude. What a recovery week I had.
Like from drugs and alcohol abuse?
No, just from our last 7, almost 8-hour show, which was I like to call the journey into the dark soul.
or sleep it off as I did. Live on camera.
Yeah. Sleep it off, God knows what. And I'll tell you, man, the one thing that's not metal, this fucking camera is fucking with me.
You look beautiful,
fucking
Dave.
With me for a couple shows, so I apologize when it like does this.
So you're
right there when it flashes red. I have no idea why the fuck it's doing that.
So your camera's playing femdom games with you.
God damn.
It's dominating you. Not in the way you like it.
Metal. So not metal.
Or it could be metal depending on what's happening.
Yeah. So How are you? We haven't talked about this. How are you feeling the next day?
I was feeling pretty good.
You basically, well, you got a couple hours of sleep on air,
On air. I
and then you
monetized
went
my sleep patterns.
and then you went and you did
Let's Get Physical
Let's
Media.
Get Physical wearing the same exact clothes. Did you even move?
I got up
Or
and
did you just wake up and just turn on the,
Elizabeth woke me up. I drained the main vein, came right back out, and streamed with George Feltenstein. Because, Dave, you know what? If you can't do the time, you can't do the crime, you can't do the time, whatever. You know how it is. You know us. We have a work ethic. We could party till 4 or 5 or 6 in the morning and be at work at 7 and work an entire day. That's the kind of people we are.
You could. I think I've learned that I cannot.
Well,
anymore.
I don't recommend doing that. I don't like to do it at this advanced age, but I can still
guess
do
what,
it.
guys. There's a reason Rob's hair is all white now, and it's not just age, because we aren't that much older. You know, you're not that much older.
Dude, my hair is, I wouldn't say it's all white. My beard,
It's not all.
growing that
Your
November
beard is-
beard.
The November beard.
Yeah, but when I shave it, I've got that young look to me.
Mustache, man. Should
That
just be a
boyish.
mustache.
Yeah, I might go for the, I don't know. You know, what I really need to do is hit the weights, drop about 40 pounds, you know, go back to CrossFit and get ripped.
Yeah,
That's what I should do.
yeah, that's what you should do. What
It's-
are you gonna do?
I don't know, but, you know, you stop drinking, you get svelte. You got to look
That's right.
pretty for everybody out on YouTube, right, Dave? Come on now. You look
Well,
pretty.
I did. I stopped. I didn't drink that entire week.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Uh,
Just that day.
I did not even that day, and not even no hair of the dog, no nothing. It was just clean living.
So, and have you been living clean? Things are good?
Things are good. I mean, I'm just, I'm kind of like you. I'm just sort of inundated with work. You know, it's just kind of like all encompassing right now. And it's,
Yeah. You know, I'm starting a new
really
YouTube
intense.
show on Monday.
I heard.
Yep.
I heard you are.
The Hollywood Half and Half, 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 a.m. And I'm going to do a half an hour show where I drink my coffee with have half and half in it. And I'm just going to rifle through the news stories of the day and just quickly touch on them, what I believe is important, anything genre related, anything that I think would be of interest to imagination connoisseurs. That's
Yeah,
what I'm going to talk about.
It sounds great. Sounds exciting to me. And when is that? When is that starting?
Monday.
You're going to start at Monday.
Started Monday. The Hollywood Half and Half.
Holy cow, man! Awesome.
Yeah, in and out because John Campia changed over his show. He wants it to be an in studio show where everyone's in studio, and for me, it's over an hour long drive one way.
Yeah,
to his new place.
Yeah,
And
I mean, look, I mean, it's his show, just like this is your show and everything, and you gotta respect what someone wants to do and everything.
Yeah.
It's weird though, considering that in the pandemic, honestly, what it's been proven is, I don't go into an office anymore. I can
understand, like
work.
John's all about the experience of his viewers, and he likes that energy and all
but
that.
the
he
thing
does
is,
have
the
a cool
energy's
setup.
The same. The thing is, it's not like you're sitting, across from each other. You're in the same room,
Right.
But again, whatever he whatever works for him, and obviously, best of luck to him with it. I mean, he probably doesn't need it. He's doing really well.
Yeah, he's doing really well.
And I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed initially that you're not there, but
They'll get
now
over it.
now you're giving them an alternative.
Yeah, they'll find me. So that's what I'm gonna do. And the thing is, it'll be a live show, and anybody who sends in tips or super chats, I will take them on Robservations.
Right.
Because I've been slacking off because I've been busy. So I want to go back to Robservations 5 days a week. So the Hollywood Half and Half will be sort of a primer for what I'm going to talk about on Robservations later. I think it'd be just kind of fun, to do. And I've never really done news, and I like doing more of an op-ed show. But with the Hollywood Half and Half, what I'm going to do is just any genre related or imagination connoisseur news of any kind. I'm just going to touch on it, rifle through it, and 30 minutes in and out, but bam. So There you
A
go.
lot of people appreciate the 30 minutes in and out.
You know what? I don't usually like to go less than 30 minutes because, you know, you've got to have it's got to be a 3-act structure, Dave. You start small, you start slow, you warm yourself up.
So 10 minutes of foreplay.
10 minutes of foreplay. 10 minutes of kissing, petting, you know, just.
And then 10 minutes of like
oral.
Good foreplay. And then, you know, 10 minutes or so of, you know.
Sure.
Of flopping around like,
you know. But then I like usually 2 or 3 times. I'm not a one-time guy, you know.
You're not a one-pump chump?
No. No, I'm not. I'm
no one
not
likes that.
Yeah.
No one really likes that.
Boy, this took a turn real quick. We should have been euphemistic about it. We weren't. I mean, we went straight.
Why bother? After our Halloween show, why bother? Oh, I do want to. But we should. I don't know if you managed to thank Connie Sang for being the designated driver that night, but yeah, thank you, Connie.
We did, that. Connie. I went out with Connie, and our friend Eugene, and we went out to a great new restaurant in Pasadena called Agnes, which is really good.
I wasn't able to go. I was working late.
Yeah, it was good. I love Connie. She's before I really got to know her, she was at Harmon. She was the experiential engagement person, and she made sure we got headphones. I mean, when John Campea famously ripped his headphones off and threw them on the ground during a show, it was Connie who stepped in with the save.
Probably his most metal moment.
It was a very metal moment. It was a very, very metal moment.
He's not very metal. I don't know what he listens to as far
he's
as
a song and dance
goes.
Man. He's a song and he used to have dance. He had a dance crew, and he loves
like he was like Marky Mark in the Funky Bunch.
Yeah, man.
In Canada.
Yeah, he's a talented dude.
That's all you need.
Plays instruments. He was in a U2 cover band.
Hey.
Yeah.
Well.
No, he's a talented guy. If it wasn't for him, I never would have seen The Greatest Showman.
I still haven't seen it.
It's great. He played me the soundtrack when we went to a camera store to get some equipment.
Wow.
And
rocking. I mean, how different from how our drive to a camera store.
That's true. We would play. If I had that old Penthouse Forum CD, I love it and I hate it.
We don't listen to that when we're driving, really.
Oh, speak for yourself.
But Rob did consider that, at least 10 minutes of foreplay. He'd just put on the CD and leave his girl alone. Let's just listen to this. Shh. Wait, I want to hear it. Stop. Wait. Okay, now it's done. Now we can start. Now I only got 20 minutes.
You didn't give that. Sean gave that to me, right?
I don't know.
You and I just loved it.
I think Pat Siciliano at Full Moon gave us that.
No, I don't think I got it.
I think so.
Did he? It was pretty funny.
So.
I missed Penthouse Forum.
It still exists. Penthouse still exists. I know.
Yeah.
The woman who runs Penthouse now, who's kind of like their talent liaison or something like that, is Sam Phillips, who was Alchemy in Phantasm 2.
Wow. Well, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, does anybody even have to go when you've got things like Chatterbait or OnlyFans or whatever the hell you got? I mean, does anybody, go back to the vagaries of print? I don't know.
I mean, clearly someone does because they're still in business.
I guess so.
I like that. Tom Jr. Jackson said, but Campea still hasn't found what he's looking for.
No, but we worked together for 3.5 years. I'll miss his show. I'll miss the people.
I have a feeling that on occasion you'll be back.
Yeah,
unless you're like, no.
It's just a commitment for me. It's a half-day commitment, and over the course of a week or 4 days, that's a whole work day. And with things
no, I mean that's the thing. But again, I look, he's got his reasons. I don't understand. I think everything has been able to turn remotely without much of a problem, except for my occasionally flashing image, which is going to do in a second, guys. Here, really love this.
It's bizarre.
Glad I paid so much for this fucking camera.
What kind of camera did you get?
Logitech, 4K, HD cam.
I rock this. I got a couple of these Elgatos.
I'm gonna have to get another camera. Another camera for Christmas.
That sounds like the title of a song.
I don't know who's singing that song, but someone I like this. Hassan Chavez. I'm at a wedding watching Midnight Metal live for the first time. Hassan, fuck yeah, man.
Hassan
That's awesome.
he's a fucking old school imagination connoisseur. Hassan is the man. Hassan Chavez has been around for a long time. He's a good man, although he gives me shit, but I like that.
I know you do.
You know, Stubble McShave asked 2 questions last night that I don't know if we got to, and I'd like to start with these questions because I want to get your, since we've been down there. His first.
But wait, sorry.
Okay.
Don't mean to interrupt, but first, guys, how great was that Josh Wag thing? If you didn't know how to cut a metal shirt, now you guys do, and now everyone does. Thank you, Josh. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, Josh, that was really cool, and thanks for the shout out. It's pretty cool to have ninjas in high places. Always a good thing.
That's right.
So Dave, I want to actually talk to you about this. There's some very interesting news that dropped this week, and Stubble asks about it.
Okay.
He sends in a tip. Stubble from Sweden, who has got to be in an orgiastic experience of life, whatever it is, because of the Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time is everywhere. Stubble asks, what are your thoughts on Peter Jackson selling Weta Digital and joining the $1 billion Filmmakers Club? For those of you who don't know, Weta Digital is being sold basically to a gaming company. They're going to work together now, but they're buying Weta Digital, or they're buying part of it or some of it, but they're buying it for like $1.5 billion. And you know, you and I have been down there. We've been to Weta Digital. We've covered.
No, the funny thing is, I was the only one when we went to Chronicles of Narnia that the only time I spent in Wellington was literally flying from Auckland to the South Island, and I stopped at the airport, stayed on the plane, and then flew to
Christchurch.
Dunedin.
Dunedin, that's right.
So then we could drive to Oamaru. So I was the only one who never got to go to Wellington.
Wow. Scow was there for Scow hung out there.
Yeah, he was the one who got to go down and really cover that. So
Stubble asks about that, which, you know, I think that's well,
I know Peter Jackson's still going to be the head of the company. That's one thing, that he's still like the CEO or something, or whatever. I remember reading that. I mean, good for him. They're hiring. They're keeping everyone on.
Yeah. So I found the story. And Peter Jackson sells Weta Tech assets to Unity for $1.6 billion. Publicly traded tech firm Unity has entered into a definitive agreement to acquire Peter Jackson's Weta Digital for $1.625 billion in a combination of cash and stock, the company said Tuesday. Weta is the Wellington, New Zealand-based VFX house behind the Oscar-winning effects on Jackson's Lord of the Rings and James Cameron's Avatar. The deal is expected to close before the end of the year. Unity's acquired company, the tech assets of Weta, will be titled Weta Digital, while Peter Jackson's Weta visual effects business will remain separate under the banner of Weta FX. Recent Weta work includes VFX on Shang-Chi, Eternals, and Godzilla vs. Kong. James Cameron and John Landau are currently working with Weta on the Avatar sequels. Unity is the maker of the Unity real-time game engine used in the fast-growing area of virtual production for entertainment content. Of course, like what they do with The Mandalorian. Weta Digital's tools created unlimited possibilities for us to bring life to the worlds and creatures that originally lived in our imaginations, said Jackson in a statement. He added, together, Unity and Weta Digital can create a pathway for any artist from any industry to be able to leverage these incredibly creative and powerful tools, offering aspiring creatives access to Weta Digital's technology will be nothing short of game-changing, and Unity is just the company to bring this vision to life. And on the tech side, with this transaction, Unity acquires Weta's 275 engineers and proprietary technology, including Weta's cloud service and tools, including Manuka and Gazebo renderers, Barbershop hair and fur system, Loki physics-based simulation tool for water and smoke, and facial capture technology. We are thrilled to democratize these industry-leading tools and bring the genius of Sir Peter Jackson and Weta's amazing engineering talent to life for artists everywhere. So, I mean, I think this is ultimately a good thing.
Yeah, they're going to share their technology too. They're going to make it sort of a share-based thing, which which makes it sort of like the super duper expensive, like, eye stock or whatever like that, where you can just jump in and get this get all these years of development and technology to, I mean, think of what it could do to open up if it was at an affordable price and everything that it could do to, smaller budgeted films that have access to this stuff. And if they have the right people who know how to do things, you could really up the game as far as the scope of what certain people can do on their budget, which is, I think it's really exciting.
I do too. By the way, some old guy in Hollywood, I don't know if that's Trinidad the Island Man, who I haven't heard from in a while. Your Island Man. Love you, Rob, but I'm retired. I ain't getting up at 5 for you on Monday. Well, the great thing about some old guy in Hollywood, in Hollywood, I'm some old guy in Hollywood, some old guy in Hawaii, is that you can watch it later. Watch it when you get up. It's gonna rifle through. The whole point is to just rifle through some entertainment news, and I'm not gonna opine on it very much. It's just going to be like, here's what's going on today in the entertainment sector. Here's some things you might look out at. And I'm going to look at business. I'm going to look at movies. I'm going to look at TV. Just things that I think are interesting from an imagination connoisseur's perspective.
Yeah, so you can watch it a half hour before his show goes on, and then you're all caught up. And then you can afterwards take your nap because you're an old man. And you got to take your nap before supper.
You mean me or some old guy in Hawaii?
Some old guy in Hawaii.
Yeah.
But you live in Hawaii, so you don't need any excuses. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You're in Hawaii. Wish I was.
It's true. If you were in Hawaii, what island would you want to be on?
Any island, man.
I'm a Kauai guy. I mean, I love the Big Island. I love Maui. I love
Maui's
Oahu.
pretty great.
Oahu's great, but I would live on Kauai because it's insane. It's just
wherever the live active volcano is, because that's fucking metal. Rob.
Well, that is metal, and the Big Island. If you want volcanoes, go to the Big Island. Although,
I know
if you're on Maui,
always go to Oahu, so then he can wake up every morning and go, Oahu, I'm in Hawaii.
No, you know what? The first time I was in Hawaii I was a kid, little kid.
Me too. I was 4.
Yeah, we went up to Haleakala, which is the big volcano on Maui, and you can go into the crater down into the sliding sands. It was pretty great. We stayed at the Kaanapali Beach Hotel. Because that's what you do.
Yeah.
S-Beam's here. S-Beam.
Sorry. And you're going to stick to 30 minutes.
Yeah, because that's the point of the show. It's the Hollywood half and half. Half an hour, and I'm going to drink the half and half in my coffee.
You shouldn't. That's really bad for you.
What, half and half?
Soy milk, Rob. You said you wanted to, get fit and CrossFit in 30 pounds.
Dude, my half and half is keto based.
Yeah, that means there's more fat in it.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you. That's what the show's called. I'm not going to change the show for you.
Kenyon Gary, hope he got lucky. I hope I did too. I'm not sure if I would remember if I did or not.
Yeah, man, you don't want to get lucky when you're sloppy drunk. You want to bring your finesse game always.
Well, there's been times, Rob. There's been times. I'm sad to say, but you know what? I didn't bring it up on the Halloween show. I'm not bringing it up now.
What didn't you bring up?
The sloppy sex stories.
Oh, yeah. There aren't any. Come on now.
Oh yeah, none of them.
You've always brought your finesse game.
I always brought someone's A game. Maybe not mine, but I faked it really good.
That's good. Some old guy in Hollywood says, but we like your opining, and you're the one who clued me in on Trinidad. Oh, that's good. I haven't heard from him in a while. I hope he's well.
Opining. That's a good term, right? Opining.
Oh, well, I love opining.
He really is from he's an old guy in Hawaii if he's using opining.
I was using opining.
Oh God.
But he said he liked the he was parroting back. By the way, S-Beam asked me to jump on his channel. He sent me a message at 11:50. I was actually having a glass of water and preparing for the show. He asked me to jump on his show.
Glass of water.
Yes, a glass of water before I had my alcoholic beverages for the evening.
Yes.
So Dave,
you gotta set that base, baby.
You had you'd actually talked about we were going to talk about the GOATs and various things, the greatest of all time.
But I want to. But before we get to that, if you don't mind,
dude, it's your show, man. It's your show, there.
It's our show, dude. So, I know the big metal show last night was all about Disney Plus But I'll tell you this.
Wait a minute. Are you making fun?
No,
are you
no,
making
because
fun
I
of our
found out-
Friday night shows?
No, because I found out something really interesting about a Disney film that I bet most people didn't even get. So I haven't watched the whole movie, but I threw on Jungle Cruise just to see a little bit of it.
Wow, this is going down one metal road. I don't know if I can handle it. So metal.
Wait, do you hear it? Have you seen it?
No.
Okay. Jungle Cruise, over the Disney logo, starts with a version of Metallica's Nothing Else Matters.
You're kidding.
No, it's part of the score. The whole opening is scored to Nothing Else Matters by Metallica.
That's fucking metal.
And I was like, what the shit? It didn't make the movie. I didn't make it like, oh my God, this is the most amazing thing ever. But I was like, holy crap. I bet it's like, I mean, I'm sure the Disney people know because they had to pay boku fucking bucks to get that sucker. But how strange and cool.
Wonderful, yeah.
And all the people who went and saw Jungle Cruise and are watching it now have no idea. I'm like, that's Nothing Else Matters, man. This is in front of the Disney,
I love that.
You're going over Tinkerbell's going over Cinderella's castle and all that shit, or Sleeping Beauties. Sorry. But Jungle Cruise looked delightful. Now, also, Shang-Chi appeared. Also,
it is now streaming on Disney Plus. Now, you had not seen Shang-Chi before.
I didn't go to the theater. I had not had a chance, so I watched it last night.
Oh,
in IMAX enhanced, I guess.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. I love the character of Shang-Chi, as you do.
Yes, the master of Kung Fu.
The
70s.
master of Kung Fu.
Doug Mensch, Paul Gulacy, that run.
Jim Starlin. Also.
Starlin. Yeah.
Starlin, sorry. I had a little southern twang to it. Starling.
By the way, Fraggle Throg. Emeritus. Fraggle Throg, our friend Throg, kept my bum cleaned all through the pandemic, sends in a tip and says, hello.
That's what you want to be known for, Fraggle.
No, dude, come on, man. It was a little dire here. The shelves were empty.
Well, now, anyway, what's he got to say?
He just says hello.
Hello. So. Oh, and Stubble asks, did it raise the movie or lower the movie with the song? It definitely raised Jungle Cruise. I don't know how the rest of the movie is yet because I haven't seen it. But yeah, Shang-Chi, which I was surprised too, because Shang-Chi just came available to get on like VOD systems Friday as well. And it was like, oh, I got to wait another week before it's on Disney Plus, at least.
Nope.
And I was like, oh shit, there it is.
There it is.
So I love this character, but I love the character from the 70s. And I remember reading the comics in the 80s.
James Bond meets Bruce Lee.
Exactly. And it was like,
and his dad was Fu Manchu.
And it was Fu Manchu, and they were in cities and you know, things. I don't know, to be honest, what the new iteration of comic book versions of Shang-Chi is. I'm guessing they are more in line with what this movie is. Is that true or not? Have you kept up with what the comic is? Because that's what I'm curious about.
Wait, ask me one more time. What?
I was curious if Shang-Chi now in the new iteration of Marvel Comics is more reflective of kind of what the movie is as opposed to what I grew up on, which was the 70s.
It's kind of Shang-Chi has changed a bit because one of the things that Marvel Comics did in the 70s was they licensed literary characters like John Carter.
I know that, but what I'm saying is what Shang-Chi is in a comic book form now more reflective of kind of what the movie is?
Yes, I would say so.
So here's the thing, guys. I didn't like it.
What?
I was really bummed out.
Well, that's the end of Dave Parker on this show, ladies and gentlemen. I just want you to know I love Shang-Chi. I thought it was great. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, Dave. I'm interested.
Here's my thing. For me, my fear was the actor that they cast as Shang-Chi didn't look charismatic enough and wasn't charismatic enough. And I felt exactly that way. I don't think it's only his fault, because I don't think Michelle Yeoh was charismatic enough. I think Awkwafina was doing her shtick. She was doing her thing. She was fine. But here's the thing. This is the first time that I really felt like everyone was just reading lines against blue screen and green screen. Everyone just felt like they were in a movie and they weren't emotionally invested in this. And I don't think that the action was anything very special. I thought the scaffolding thing was kind of cool, but I mean, come on, we have seen like, I want, if you're going to do this sort of Japanese myth type thing, I want
Chinese.
Sorry. But I want Shadow, or I want Hero. I want that level. I want someone who directed those movies to direct this movie. And I want, basically what I want is I want a combination of that and the fucking Crow, or, something. It's like, it was so by the numbers. And then the big end climax thing is him riding Falcor. Come on. Yeah. But the thing is, there's no edge to this movie. It is so, all the edges are so rounded and sanded down, and there's nothing. Black Panther had way more edge for a character that most people didn't know. It was so much cooler. You're really seeing a different world. We've seen this world, these worlds, except great. Okay, now we got a furry thing with no face and all butts and a couple wings to, like, like.
Don't mince words, Dave. Tell us what you really think.
The surprise guest star in the show, which I'm not going to say who's in it in case everyone hasn't seen. He was fun for a while, but again, I'm like, it makes no sense that he's there. No fucking sense at all that he is in this movie. He shouldn't be in this movie. I mean, and where he is in this movie. So to me, it was just sort of like, again, there was a lot of spectacle, but there was no wow. There really wasn't.
See,
I've seen, and I got excited when you saw it and you said, "Oh, it takes all these different aspects of
wuxia movies."
Yeah, the Bride with White Hair, and Holy Mountain, not Holy Mountain,
Zoo, Warriors of the Magic Mountain.
Yeah, exactly. And it takes all this stuff, but again, we've seen.
Well, yeah.
Not everyone has seen it. I get it. Not everyone has seen it. But the thing is this, even if you hadn't seen those movies, I think it just felt like, when I saw Ong Bak, I hadn't seen that before. That's this movie. I'm not saying it needed
or the Raid.
Even when I saw, Ip Man.
Which I love.
I hadn't seen a lot of that stuff before.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just me. But
did you get the 4K sets? Did you get the 4K Ip Man set?
Not yet. But I will, because I love those movies. But this just left me wanting, and maybe I finally hit Marvel fatigue a little bit. But the thing is this, I just didn't believe anyone. I didn't believe anyone really cared. It felt like those characters were going through the motion, which I can't say for other Marvel movies. I believe them. I didn't feel anything in this movie. Not even look, I come to expect the design stuff to be amazing. But okay, so great. So there's this big, multi-tailed like dragon that looks like, the red dragon painting that comes flying out, and then he and Falcor fight, and that's kind of the end of the movie. Like, what? It didn't work for me.
Okay, I
Didn't work
understand
for
that,
me.
but you know,
I was
the
disappointed.
dragon. They didn't really say this, but the dragon, Fin Fang Foom, you know, the Marvel character, and look, here's
That was wait. The evil dragon was supposed to be Fing Fang Foom.
you know, I'm not saying it.
I don't think so.
Well, it could have been the you know the
They didn't, but they gave Fing Fang Foom's face onto the horse things.
yeah, I know.
So
But
it's like,
okay, I here's what I liked about this movie. I saw, you know what I would equate it to? I was equating it to there are two movies that it made me feel like, and this is going to seem odd to say.
okay,
Back to the Future and The Last Starfighter.
I can see the last Starfighter
In terms of its tone. And what I really liked about what they did, Marvel Phase 4 is delving into family and what it means to, you had Black Widow, you have Shang-Chi, you have Eternals, Falcon and Winter Soldier, WandaVision, Loki, and Hawkeye are all stories about the family unit. That it's sort of an overarching theme, and I really enjoyed what I really liked about Shang-Chi was, first of all, I loved the relationship between Shang-Chi and Awkwafina.
But why?
I like that.
Why? Because she was funny and they had a little banter back and
well,
forth.
no,
But
because
there was
because
there was no chemistry, or are they?
but it wasn't a romantic relationship. It was like having a great friend and I enjoyed it from.
But
it was
she's a great friend who has no apparent skills, and then now she's a master archer, like right away.
Well, not right away. They're in a mystical land, so you know
So if you go to Narnia, you personally go to Narnia, you're gonna have mystical powers.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
I bet not, because you didn't when you
Well,
were in
I'll tell you,
Narnia.
I did go to YMCA camp in summer camp when I was a kid, and we learned archery. If
Yeah,
someone
but,
gave me a compound bow today, I could wield it. I'm not saying I'd be a master archer, but I wouldn't necessarily be some. I could knock an arrow and I could shoot something and hit it.
Okay. Fair
But
enough.
I'm just saying, like, that kind of stuff didn't bother me.
And you know what? I'm glad. Look, believe me, I'm glad that you and a lot of other people liked it, because I remember. I don't know if it was you. It was you. It was you talking last night how this movie has made more than the first Captain America movie.
Yes,
already.
Shang-Chi did.
Yes. But I felt a hell of a lot more for Steve Rogers and that character watching Captain America, which I think is. And not to take anything away from Joe Johnston, I think it is in some ways one of the most by the numbers safe Marvel movies.
It's very safe. Captain America is very safe.
But I think I really think that I know I felt so much more for Steve Rogers, and it's not just the history, because I loved Shang-Chi as a kid. I did
too.
I got those 7-Eleven like little plastic cups with Shang-Chi on it.
Remember that with I even know remember the pose.
It was
it was
up in the air. The leg was
I had that.
I still have it somewhere. I think I have that one and a Man Thing one, of course.
I mean, getting those Slurpee cups is big. People don't even know what we're talking about.
Man Thing.
But when we were kids, in 7-Eleven, you'd get these plastic Slurpee cups that had Marvel and DC characters on them, and they were plastic, and you could collect them and take them home, and it was a big deal. But I mean, look. Here's what I would say. Obviously, if you're a fan of Asian cinema, this is what I don't get. This drives me absolutely bonkers.
Okay.
When people talk about representation in movies, and I'm like, I've loved Asian cinema my whole life. And like you said, you bring up Hero or whatever. I mean,
Shadow is amazing. If you haven't seen that, I think
the
that's
Super
on Netflix.
Inframan, you know, all the Shaw brothers.
Dude, I would kill if this movie had a little Super Inframan in it.
I mean,
even just the guys with the fucking skull suits. That
dude, I know. I've got an Inframan one sheet framed, hanging up in this house that I live in.
The skeleton guys might be my goat Halloween costume.
That well, there you go. And look, I mean, it's ridiculous. the rich history of Asian cinema. When people talk about, I'm like, there's not enough Asian representation. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I've got action figures of Chow Yun Fat.
Yeah,
and I would have an action figure of Tony Leung if they didn't cancel those Lust costume figures.
We're a rare breed of people who, and especially people, who are into all this stuff, who are into the types of books, comics, movies, all the stuff that we're into. We're a rare breed, and we are certainly, while the geek time has come as far as pop culture is, when it becomes a little more insular, it still has to be watered down, I feel like. And I feel like I in a lot of ways, especially with the the Chinese culture in this movie, I think it was incredibly watered down. I don't think you got a sense of any of it, really, in my opinion. There was representation, but again, but it's not so much those things. It really it comes down to and the story is even okay. It's a lot of it has to do with the performances, where I just when Michael B. Jordan shows up at Black Panther the first time, man, you see a guy who is that character. He is
look, that guy, he's the first time I ever saw Michael B. Jordan, he was on the fucking Wire as a kid.
Right, but had you seen Chadwick Boseman before? Because I hadn't.
No, I saw Get On Up.
I had not.
I love. He was.
So the first time I saw him was Civil War, which was like, okay, here's a little primer, but I hadn't really seen him. But boy, did I buy him as well. The problem is, I just don't.
Well, I mean, I look.
I just don't. No,
your criticisms are very valid. I
mean, Michelle Yeoh, just every that's the thing. Every line felt like they were just saying it. It didn't feel like they were being these characters.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you, and I think that for me, I was looking at it in in terms of context, in terms of what they were doing for the Marvel Cinematic Universe to go that direction, to introduce Shang-Chi and to introduce the Eternals. They were taking a big leap.
Yeah, and the thing is, I really respect them for taking that leap.
Yes, and I think
just wish they had a little more balls with Shang-Chi. Now, Eternals, I don't know. I still don't know.
I am with you. I would love it if it was more like The Raid, but the problem is Shang-Chi is a character.
That wouldn't be right. That wouldn't be right either. But
no, it wouldn't. What?
You know what I would like? A perfect tone in a way. I think for Shang-Chi is that section in Endgame where Black Widow goes to get Hawkeye.
Yeah, look, but here's yes, but here's the thing. They needed to introduce Shang-Chi and look, we are steeped from our childhoods in genre material from around the world. We're all, imagination connoisseurs par excellence. Our knowledge of this material is vast and it is deep. Most people do not know these things. Even like when we talk about heroes or like I talk about my love of Wong Kar-wai movies or even early John Woo, the things
most people haven't seen them.
They don't. Most of the world
heard of them. They don't know them.
No, they have no idea. So, the Marvel Cinematic.
That's a question. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, but the Marvel Cinematic Universe has to, they're at a certain level, And what's really interesting is that level works pretty good, but it's like it's a neutered universe. I mean, Eternals had their first sex scene, but it is at a certain level. It's at a certain level. So the idea that they brought in like Shang-Chi was representative of an entire genre of Chinese film, the wuxia genre, that we've grown up. I mean, of course, you watch movies like Hero, which is, I mean, House of Flying Daggers, whatever. Like shit, man. If I'd made Shang-Chi, I would have said, if I was the director of Shang-Chi, I would have made it Shogun fucking Assassin. Not even one of the original Lone Wolf and Cub movies. I would have said, no. We need to take the combo that was done in America. and people have been like, wait, what? And I'm like, you got at the Criterion sale, you guys go get the Lone Wolf and Cub box set because it's got Shogun Assassin in it. But because to me, first of all, it's got the greatest child performance of all time, even though it's only a voiceover. The voiceover in Shogun Assassin is the single greatest. But most people don't know any of this. So, I think what they did, what I liked about Shang-Chi was there was a purity and an innocence. It was like a primer. It was opening the door for most audiences. And remember, Marvel is catering to people from 4 to 50 or 60 or 80, the world. So they have to be very careful.
Catering to the entire world.
Yes, and they did something that was unexpected. They took a leap. They went into anybody that knows this material, and your criticism is absolutely valid. Like what we're watching is a very sort of watered down version of these kinds of movies. But most of America, they think, well, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which is, by the way, a great film. But everyone thinks that that's where that entire genre started. And so I really like Simu and Awkwafina. I thought they did it was like a buddy cop vibe. To me, it was like the running. It wasn't Lethal Weapon. It wasn't 48 Hours. It was running.
It wasn't Lethal Weapon.
What it was? It was the running scared version.
More like Red Heat.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Or better.
Midnight Run. I mean, yeah, but
it's more like But
I enjoyed it. I thought they were great together. I was thoroughly entertained by it.
I'm glad.
I really liked Shang-Chi a lot.
There wasn't a moment where I was odd and odd, like going, oh my God, this is amazing. But I will say this, there are a couple moments that I really did like, and I was like, oh, that's pretty interesting. I haven't seen that aspect before. And when Tony Leung gets into the fantasy world, right? And he meets his future wife. And I love
that
and they have
so much.
And what I like about it is
I loved it so much.
It's a dance. And what a interesting way to show falling in love. And I'm like, that's
you loved it. It was because that was great. It was great. And by the way,
really great.
That totally captured the whole Chinese wuxia genre movie. That's exactly what they would do.
But I thought that was really good. Obviously, I love the design of the dragons. The dragon stuff is all very cool and everything. But again, the problem is with the problem is that your big finale is you're really, in a lot of ways, taking your, for the very, very climax, the big penultimate thing, you're taking your characters out of being actively involved and you're leaving it up to a big dragon to fight.
Yeah, no, you know what? Very valid criticism.
And
yes.
If it's, and the thing is, yes, and you can go, well, what was King Kong versus Godzilla or Godzilla versus Kong? It's like, yeah, but I'm invested in those characters because of so many years of loving them.
Yep.
I don't know who Falcor is and if that was Fing Fang Foom.
Well,
the thing is this, if they had said, if someone had said it was Fing Fang Foom.
But they did.
But if they had, and even he didn't look like him to look, then at least personally, well, I know that character, so I'd be a little more invested. Now it's just a big, pitch black kind of, dragon monster.
Right. Now hang on.
But here's the thing. I'm really glad that people enjoyed it and everything. I didn't hate the movie. I was just like, I was let down. But again, my knowledge of Shang-Chi is the 70s.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's,
yes, but I would like this combined with Enter the Dragon.
But the problem with that is
there's many problems with it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as you know, it's, by the way, the Ray Valero says, Dave, I agree. Sends in a super chat and says, Dave, I agree. S Beam,
wait, and hold on. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I mean, interrupt. I'm just saying, just because I bring up Red Heat doesn't mean I'm talking ill of Red Heat.
No. I mean, look, here's the funny thing about what people, I think. Do you know what you and I have that a lot of other YouTubers, and Dave, you become a YouTuber, we come at these things from a position of love.
Oh yeah.
Well, our default position, like, to me, I mean, you're a filmmaker, I'm a filmmaker, we love movies. We want to love things. That is our default position. So
absolutely,
when we're watching things, we're coming at it from a position of that. Like, we want, like, look, it's harder and harder because movies now, they have become corporate product, which has, and in my mind, has actually ruined a lot of what fans and a lot of what YouTubers are responding to is correct. Because someone asked me earlier today, and I'll ask you this question, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
There's very few filmmakers left. Like when we were growing up reading Fangoria, and we were reading about John Carpenter or John Landis or Joe Dante or
we got
Toby Hooper or
5 or 6 pillars of
I mean David Cronenberg, like
Coscarelli,
John Coscarelli. It didn't matter. We would go see any of those directors' works, sure. and we knew that there was no question that they would have new movies. They wouldn't have problems financing their films. You'd go see and
even if they did studio films and everything, like say Wes Craven, who I mean, well, that's not true either, because like you get some you get some films in their body of work, say like Shocker, which a lot of people find,
or Deadly Friend.
Now, Deadly Friend was in absolute nightmare reworked studio interfered type of movie.
Yeah.
Where Shocker wasn't. There it was just Universal and Shep Gordon's company going, you got complete control. You got final cut. Just give us another Elm Street if you can. And the results aren't Elm Street, but still a movie. But the bottom line is, back then you had people who were running the studios and running these companies that then the studios were picking up the movies from, who would kind of trust the filmmaker. And now you have a committee, and it's so that's why I think that, so it's, you have to really respect when you get a Christopher Nolan now, or a Denis Villeneuve, someone who really, the people who really have, people who really do have a unique voice.
Yes, and I completely agree with that. But there's, like, I mean, to me, there's Fincher, Denis Villeneuve, there's Christopher Nolan, but here's the thing. Even all these guys are still working underneath a corporate banner in terms of what subjects they'll tackle. Like, yes. I'm surprised Warner Brothers couldn't say no to Dunkirk. And when it made money, I think Warner Brothers was as surprised as anyone else. They're like, oh, well, the last time we gave him something, he went and made Inception, and that made $900 million, and which I fucking loved. And I have to tell you, I was like, Dunkirk. Americans don't even know what that is. And I loved it. I saw Dunkirk, and I'm like, God bless Christopher Nolan for getting a very, very British World War II story told and doing it in grand fashion with different time frames and all that. It was so, and it was amazing, and it's so hard. It is so hard, as you know, to get anything made because, like, I'll say this, Dave. I'll flat out say this. You and I, we know how to make movies soup to nuts. Like if someone were to go to you, Dave, I'm going to give you $2 million to make a movie, but you're in charge of the whole thing. You could actually make it. You could actually take that $2 million and make a movie. Now, it will be, and I know for a fact, it would be good to great. And there's even a possibility it might be genius. I know that. No one else in Hollywood does. You have to go to meetings like I do. We have to go to meetings and talk to people that know a fraction of what we know. And prove. And it
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. They want to see. We run through hoops. Here's my lookbook. Here's everything. Edit. Yeah. The problem is they don't know. So you're actually you're pitching to people that actually have no idea how to make movies. Mm-hmm. They've never made movies. All they have is
people probably never stepped on a set.
No, and it's gotten to the point where I'm like, Tango Shalom is still playing in movie theaters, and I can't believe it. It's crazy to me. It's opening in Russia next month.
You think about our guy. Think about our guys now and everything else. It's like Sam Raimi would never get the chance to be able to become what he is now. If he came out with The Evil Dead today.
No, forget it. And where has Sam Raimi been? I think about some of my favorite movies he made that aren't Spider-Man movies. A Simple Plan.
The
Gift. I mean, but A Simple Plan's that an adaptation of that book. Mm-hmm. A Simple Plan and The Ruins, same author.
Oh, I know.
And both movie too. Both of those books I read in one sitting.
Yeah, and The Ruins is really interesting too. I don't know about Simple Plan because I never read the book, but The Ruins. When you read The Ruins, it's so different from the movie. Characters are completely different. Characters in the book are given, in the movie are given different things. It's vastly different.
But I did like the movie a lot.
I love the movie. I think
it's great. The Ruins is a fucking horror classic that nobody gives it credit for.
Which is very strange. It's very.
But I mean, the world. I mean, the world now. I don't even understand how anyone can have a career. You can't John Carpenter makes Assault on Precinct 13. Well, actually makes Dark Star as a student film. Jack Harris picks it up. They shoot extra scenes. They make it into a feature. Then he makes Assault on Precinct 13. Then he makes Halloween. Then he makes The Fog. Then he makes Escape from New York. And Escape from New York was like a $4 million movie.
Yeah.
And
that was his biggest movie at the time.
And all of those movies came out theatrically.
Yeah.
Nowadays,
because at that time, you had someone like Bob Raimi, who ran Avco Embassy at the time, who was a creative.
Right.
Who ran the studio. He wasn't a committee that,
He wasn't an Ivy League educated business. Well, and no offense to those people.
He wasn't a corporation that, did telephones or other things. These were, this was still back in the day when, these were, people who were creative and loved movies.
Right,
now,
right. Well,
now it's like you said. Now it's just product, and we're lucky, that we, obviously Kevin Feige is like those old guys, and he, those old studio.
Well,
guys,
I have to say,
he loves movies, and he's a very smart guy, and he's a very smart storyteller as well. He's got very good ideas, and he learned. Well,
I would also say there's people. I mean, a lot of people. I've never met Jason Blum. I don't know Jason Blum. I know people that know him. I've heard all kinds of things about him. But I'll tell you something. Mm-hmm. Here's what I love about Blumhouse and Jason Blum. He's figured out a way to make movies for $5 million or lower. And if they turn out, if they're good,
mostly the small ones.
But if they're good,
more money on the Halloweens and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I mean, even like Lee Whannell's Invisible Man was an $8 million movie.
Yeah.
You know, and he'll get it released through Universal, and it'll make $100 million. And
what
so
he's smart at, what Blum is smart at, is this: he doesn't claim to know the best way to tell the movie.
He lets the creatives do it.
But he knows how to get the right people together to
do
it.
Yep. And what's great is if it doesn't work, he has other places. I'll put it on Hulu, or I'll do this, or I'll do that. I mean, I have. He's the only guy. Like you and I work for Charlie Band, and during our day it was Charlie Band or Roger Corman. You can go to Venice, or you can go to San Fernando Road.
Right.
Either one. And what I loved about Charlie Band is when we were at Full Moon, we were making a movie a month. You know, it was incredible.
And the other thing is, you know, there is a guy who also loved movies. He loved coming up with the ideas and everything like that. And the thing is, he, which is very rare, he was accessible.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You could go in and talk to him. And go, I've got an idea, and pitch him. Now he might go, no, that's not in our plan or anything like that. But you can do it. But you can do it.
I got my first editing job.
Right.
But my feature editing job because I told Dan Schweiger this movie could be better. And we had to audition. We had to send him 10 minutes of Arcade. And he said, okay.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
It was
and that was a big thing for Charlie to do. Now, he was smart enough to know that, you know, oh, well, I've already got Dan on payroll. It's not going to cost a lot of money. It's going to cost some money and stuff like that, but it's better than just having this.
But he didn't know us.
Right.
We are like these two guys working off site, you know?
But you were cheap.
Yeah, we were cheap.
And that was fine. You were cheap and you were passionate. And the thing is this.
And we did a good job.
But he knew that it was better.
Yep.
Because he's made bets before with people that didn't work out.
No.
But he knew it was better than just having all that shit just sitting there not making him money.
By the way, we've got people firing in thoughts. S. Beam says, oh, I know I waited too long to try and hit you up. I'll do it sooner next time. I was trying to try out my StreamYard. I'm going to be doing a figures and art talk show with guests very soon. Stay metal, my friends. S. Beam, he's been on the show before. He's a foundational member of this community. He's a very talented sculptor and action figure aficionado. Watch for him.
What's he sculpt?
Well, he sculpted me. My face, he's making an action figure of me.
I haven't seen that yet.
Well, it's pretty good. By the way,
something pretty?
Well, am I pretty? Nah. I was pretty when I was younger. Louis,
is he sculpting you when you were younger?
No, he's sculpting me now. I don't look back, Dave. I only go forward. Louis Dion,
just like Dorian Gray.
Dude, come on, man. I can party like the best of them.
Yeah, that doesn't mean.
What, you gonna rip on me again? Hang on. Let me just. Louis Dion says thoughts on Jodorowsky's Dune. Of course, that is a great
documentary.
The documentary is great, but I'm wondering if Louis wants to know what do we think about his vision for Dune as he. By the way, his book, one of those Dune books that he had, is going up for auction at Christie's.
Incredible.
And they think it's going to get like $20,000 or something.
I found the documentary, and a friend of mine actually did that documentary.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely fascinating.
Who I work with on Femme Fatales.
Who?
One of the Steven Scarlatta.
Steven Scarlatta.
He worked on Femme Fatales.
I did not know that.
He did. I directed 5 episods of that show, and he worked.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
he's a really good guy, really talented guy. He's he did an amazing job at it. And what I loved about that documentary, because I didn't know about Jodorowsky's version of Dune.
Oh,
I was too young. And I found it fascinating. And what I found most interesting is how many people like took bits and pieces of what he was planning on doing that have now come to fruition in other science fiction films.
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't know if the movie would have been any good. But I'll say this, Rob, and I think you'll be surprised. So, before we went on tonight, I started watching Dune, the new one.
Okay. You hadn't seen it yet?
I had not seen it. And I know it's blasphemy. I watched it at home on HBO, but I watched it. And I wasn't really looking forward to it because I remember the Lynch one and remember not understanding it at all and being very confused and kind of bored and everything else. I thought the Toto score was really cool, and that was about it.
And the Brian Eno prophecy theme.
Yes. But interesting, since I saw Shang-Chi last night, and absolutely what I've seen of Dune, and I have an hour left of it. I couldn't finish it before doing the show. I started it too late, and I'm sorry about that, actually. It is monumental. It is absolutely fascinating. And the night and day difference between those two movies is, I believe, everyone's performance in this movie. And it's really fascinating, and it's really good. And it's not just like long, pretty, slow shots for long, pretty, slow shots sake or anything like that. It's like, okay, the story's fascinating. Way better than I get everything that's going on. Way better, beautiful visuals, beautiful performances.
Sure.
I'm really, 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 really surprised, but I'm really, really liking it.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
So yeah, I so far I got one more hour to go, but so far Dune, thumbs up. Fascinating.
Yeah, no, it's
it's the science fiction Lord of the Rings. It's of that kind. It's of that piece.
But absolutely.
And that's exciting. And it's one of those, unlikely hero journey type of movies. It's like somehow he made it where it's his structure. It's the structure that the way they present it in the story. It's like, oh, it all makes sense. I get it now. We could get this long opening with Sean Young, with David Lynch's, and it's just like, you're just telling me all these names, and I'm like, what? And then you get this big, floating worm thing, and I'm like, what? And what? And it's like, I just had no idea. Here, this, boom, boom. A masterful job of being able to tell what's going on and where things are and what's happening. And
I agree.
Beautiful, it's epic, and now I'm excited that they made enough money so they can do the other part.
Really, they have to do 3. They always wanted to make 3. They always wanted to make. I mean, the funny thing, and people are always like, well, so here's the thing: the first 3 Dune novels, Dune, Dune Messiah, and Children of Dune, have a very interesting progression. And the Paul Atreides story, I think what Denis Villeneuve wanted to do was I heard it was going to be a 3-part movie. It was going to be Dune, Dune Prophet, and Dune Messiah, and it would tell the Paul Atreides story. And people are like, well, Rob, Paul Atreides does come back in Children of Dune. Yes, he does, because of he's, an old dude and all that. I get that. I get he's in Children of Dune. But
you're talking the young Paul story.
Yes, what happens to Paul is people are like, well, Dune is just another white savior. No, it's not. It's the antithesis of that. It's anti-colonialism. It's so weird to live in a world of knee-jerk or performance activism. Where people who are activists, it's all performing for social media or whatever, and they really don't know what they're talking about. And I especially when it comes,
I'll probably believe it.
Well, it comes to like with storytelling, it's so frustrating. It's like, wow, your initial thoughts are so wrong because you haven't read the material. It's I feel like everyone has. Remember Cliff's Notes, Dave? Do they have Cliff's Notes? Yes. Cliff's Notes. So for those of you who might not know, I don't know if they're still. There was a company.
They're Cliff Notes and things of that ilk are still very popular.
But do we need them? Because you can go to Wikipedia now.
Yeah, but a lot of that stuff is wrong.
It is wrong, but Cliff's Notes. So when we were kids, when we were in college, you would buy there were things called Cliff's Notes that were a synopses of famous books or literature or stories or whatever, and it would give you could get the whole story in like 10 pages, and then the Cliff's.
So if you didn't have to read the whole book for
if you wanted to read Dune, you can get the Cliff's Notes version. And it would give you a synopsis, and then it would tell you all the salient points you needed to know. And when you were in college, and they all look the same. They look like a traffic sign, like a yellow and black.
Yes, they should just call it cheat sheets.
Yeah, that's all it was. And what was so interesting was, first, that they existed at all. That the idea was that, we don't have time to read these books. Let's help college students.
Well, yeah, but you were an anomaly in your high school. Everyone reading the books in your high school?
Well, I don't know. I mean, to me, I just like reading. I read very fast, and so
yeah, we're out there. But come on, dude. Sometimes they gave us shit like Moby Dick, and that's a fucking boring book to try to read.
No, it's not. Dave,
it took a long time to get into that book.
I'll tell you a story.
You're gonna take umbrage?
No, but I will say this. So, when I was in high school, there was a book by an author named Sinclair Lewis, and the book was called Main Street.
Okay.
And it's basically about a woman who she wants to reshape her community to fit her vision. And she doesn't succeed. And when I was reading this book, I love the book. It was pretty long, and I love the book. And you know what? Here's when I was reading this book, it made me think of a Star Trek episode. And the episode, I know, right? The episode was called This Side of Paradise. It was the episode where Spock gets hit by the spores and he falls in love with Jill Ireland, Leela Kalomi. But the premise of that episode is that human settlers come to this planet and they want to build an agrarian, like a beautiful civilization, utopia. And yet these plants are there that hit them and give everybody peace and serenity. But there's no progress. It's stagnated them. They've created this utopian civilization that will never progress. It will never go anywhere. They're just all blissed out. It's like, yeah, man, it's all good. And Captain Kirk says, and they come there and they cure every one of this like drug that they're all this plant life that's lulled them into a false sense of satisfaction. And Kirk says at the end of the episode, he says, another dream that's failed. There's nothing sadder. And when I was reading Sinclair Lewis's Main Street in high school, I'm like, this is just like fucking Elias Sandoval in that Star Trek episode. He wanted to create this civilization, but it's just not going to work out. And I read this book, and I like, even now, I read this book in 1984. And I'm telling you about this book now in 2021. I still think about it. And if I read Cliff's Notes of Main Street, I would not be thinking about it, because I would not have delved into that material and really, using another literary term like Robert Heinlein, I would not have grokked the story that Sinclair Lewis was trying to tell me. And so Wikipedia, but it's robbing it. All of this is robbing our culture of truly understanding, and that's why so many people. I find Eternals to be very interesting, in terms of I feel it's a litmus test. There are people that will reject it.
I still haven't seen it, so
it's not perfect or anything like that. But
but
you know what?
See, I'm really looking forward to it.
It's thoughtful. And I've seen Eternals twice now, and I've thought about it. And I think if you have a literary background, the thing about reading books, you watch movies and you watch them and they're over, but books require more mental energy or whatever. And when I was growing up, books were just like, dude, if a Stephen King novel came out and say, oh, I don't know, since it's sitting right here, my 4K box set of The Howling. So if The Howling opened and a Stephen King book came out in the same week, they were just as important. Like, I needed to get Firestarter. And I also had to see The Howling
before I saw the movie.
Yeah, I mean, Gary Bradner's book.
Yeah.
Because it's based on a book.
I read the movie tie-in before.
But it wasn't a tie-in; it was an actual novel.
Well, it was but it was I had the version with the film cover.
Oh yeah.
Cover.
But Gary Bradner also wrote a book called The Brain Eaters that opened in Seattle.
And Quinta Rue and 2 other Howling books as well. Howling 2 and 3.
Yes.
As a series. And they're incredibly different from the movie.
Yeah, they should have just continued to adapt his work. Anyway, I've gone off on a tangent.
And then he did this one that Charlie Band was going to do and Tobe Hooper was going to direct, and I'm kind of glad they didn't. It was about an astral projection killer, and it was based on Gary Bradner's book called Floater. But
Floater
just you got to be careful with your titles, guys, because you have a title like Floater, the reviews are just going to take advantage of that, especially if it's not good.
D Duval 59, by the way, says Shang-Chi was what The Last Airbender should have been. It was okay. Shang-Chi himself was pretty milquetoast. Awkwafina was the most interesting character.
No argument there.
Even I can't. I mean, The Last Airbender, my God, was terrible. Hopefully the new series will correct that.
Hopefully.
It was bad. Our friend Throg, Narnia Throg, says, Jesus hangs out in Narnia. Yes, and his name is Aslan.
That's right. And he's voiced by Liam Neeson.
Jonathan.
Originally,
go ahead.
You guys all know. Here's a little bit of trivia that I don't know if you all know or not. But Brian Cox was supposed to be Aslan.
Yes.
The voice of Aslan. And he actually came down to New Zealand. He was on set. But then he was replaced by Liam Neeson. So there's a little bit of trivia that a lot of people probably don't know, that Brian Cox was going to be the voice of Aslan.
It's true. Here's a good name. Jonathan Hemlock. Jonathan Hemlock sends in a super chat and says, Dave's right. We need the shadow play and the espionage of the 70s Shang-Chi. Ludi Lin from Mortal Kombat would have been better. The abomination scene was pointless.
Oh, yeah. I
don't agree with that, about the abomination scene.
I like that they try to make him look more like the Abomination in the comics with little, ears and stuff like that.
But I love the fact that Wong and the Abomination were friends and they went to make money.
Yeah,
they were like steak horses.
Give me an Evan Costello movie with Wong and Abomination. Give me a road movie with them, and there you go. But having them just appear there, it's like, oh look, it's those guys.
Yeah, but it was fun. I mean, I think that said something. The idea that even somebody who works for the Doctor Strange, that Wong needs to make some cash, and here's what I loved about this. That underground fight club was interesting in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, that it existed. And I think one of the things that has not been respected enough in Phase 4 is the fact that they are establishing where Earth is at post-blip. Post-Thanos' snap, everyone coming back. We've seen a lot of WandaVisions 3 weeks after the snap. Mm-hmm. Spider-Man Far From Home was 8 months after the snap. Falcon Winter Soldier. Hawkeye, who's having to deal with the fact that he became Ronin. It's all world building. And the fact that this fight club exists is pretty interesting, and that a guy like Wong Yeah, man. I mean, he was like, "Hey, can I borrow some money to go buy a sandwich?" In the first Doctor Strange movie, or actually, that was in Infinity War. I mean, this is it's all very interesting, and Marvel is not being given enough credit for all the stuff they're doing in Phase 4 because they're doing a lot of stuff.
Well, again, the Fight Club thing was fine, but I saw it. I saw it in fucking X-Men 1.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, it's just like, okay, so and I saw it in what was it? Was it Apocalypse? They did another Fight Club. It's like we've seen it. It's like this is Shang-Chi. Give me some espionage. Give me something gritty.
Yeah, but Shang-Chi's he's not the spy. He's not the Bruce Lee mixed with James Bond. That version of the character that we grew up with is gone.
That's why I asked about what the comics have been doing, and clearly it's a lot different.
Yeah, I know.
So okay.
Absolute.
And again, I'm glad if people people like it. Absolutely. It's like what you like. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what I think either. Just because it wasn't for me. I hope the next one's better. I'm happier in the world that Shang-Chi's in there, but I'll tell you guys, you fuck up that swamp monster, I'm coming for you, Kevin Feige.
Absolute Thrognibus says Gal Gadot was the bomb in Red Notice, yo. Disney Plus Limax sucks. It's a full screen for the 23rd century. Shang-Chi was Marvelized Shaw Brothers, but poorly. The effects were not up to the usual standards.
Yeah, where are the hopping vampires, man? Come on. Where are the hopping vampires?
No
and Connie,
don't
rush us. We'll get to the metal goats when we want to get to the metal goats, Connie.
Okay.
Jeez.
First of all, Connie, let's give everyone a taste. Let's talk about the metalist goat of all. Black motherfucking Phillip, man. Black Phillip is the most metal goat ever. Dave, is that not the truth?
Yes, because he lives deliciously.
He lives deliciously. Black Phillip, let's take another look. Look at that punim. Black Phillip is the most metal fucking goat of all time. And if you don't know, and if you don't worship at the altar of Black Phillip, well, I don't know what to tell you.
You know another goat that I really like? Oh, I'm just seeing the picture now. I like the another metal goat, really great goat is the one from Drag Me to Hell.
The goat from
Sam Raimi's.
You know what, Dave? Would that be? Oh, this goat, the talking goat from Sam Raimi's Drag Me to Hell. Here it is, and I have to say, Dave, I mean, in terms of how goats go, horror goats, I don't think it gets much better than the talking goat from Drag Me to Hell. I mean, he's also a cunning linguist.
Look at that thing.
Dude, come on.
Made by our buddies from K&B Effects. There was a real goat in there too, but yeah.
Dave, you also pointed out a classic horror goat that we should mention.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is sort of a hybrid goat, but another great super metal fucking goat is Satan in The Devil Rides Out, the Hammer film.
Wow, look at this. There he is. He looks a little winsome in this iteration, but still, this is a great horror goat that I think should be recognized for what the goat is. He's smiling, but this is a good... If you haven't seen The Devil Rides Out, you should. I mean, he's no Black Phillip after all, but my God, still a great horror goat.
Pretty great goat.
So, what do you think about Gal Gadot? Have you watched Red Notice?
I have not.
I'm not a big fan of the director. I know he's a nice guy, but
who directed it?
With Mr. Thurber, who directed like Skyscraper.
Oh, I haven't seen that either.
Yeah, well.
So yeah.
Yeah, but I think Throg. I mean, Throg is Shang-Chi is marvelized Shaw Brothers, but poorly. Look, I don't feel that way. I really liked Shang-Chi a lot for what it was. Like I said, it's that last Starfighter, Back to the Future vibe. I really enjoyed it. So, I mean, what can you say?
Except for the only difference that I have to say, the big difference between those two movies that you mentioned and Shang-Chi is the character of Shang-Chi absolutely knows where the fuck he's from. It's not like he's going into a world that he didn't already know about.
Well, yeah.
He trained and everything else, so is there do you have any other goats?
No.
Like the goat. I like the goat from Willow. When
I didn't. I did not get that. I did not get that.
I hope you all liked our metal goats tonight, because that's what we were talking about.
Those are metal goats, but no, we got more. We're going to talk about more. I could show people my some femme fatales. People don't know things that I directed.
What I don't know what Connie's very upset that I called her out, and my goodness. And then Tom Jr. Jackson sending him pictures.
Hang on. Tom Jr. Jackson has the next super chat. He says, Bobby B, I watched High Sierra with Humphrey Bogart in it. I loved it. Criterion does it again. Tomorrow I watch Bringing Up Baby with Katharine Hepburn and Cary Grant. Well, Tom, you're getting some... Bringing Up Baby is a great movie. So is High Sierra. And
Criterion's having a sale.
I know, and I have some money coming in, and I'm going to be buying a bunch of stuff from Criterion.
Oh yeah, remember guys when he said he was going to buy me that Michael Meyer sideshow figure because we made so much money those couple nights? Yeah, that ain't
you have to remind me I'm drunk, Dave. Just tell me, I'll buy you that figure. You want that figure? I'll buy it for you. I'll buy it for you. I can't order it right now. You don't understand. I mean, we make money, but it takes a month to get it.
No. I know. I'm kidding.
Hang on.
Oh wait, but speaking of the Criterion sale, I picked up, which I'm very excited about, and you and everyone else will chastise me about this because I've never actually watched the movie.
What?
Night of the Hunter.
Dude, we did that for whining about movies. Did you not watch that episode?
No,
probably not,
because I hadn't seen the movie.
Well, you should watch. It's. Did you get the Criterion disc?
I did get the Criterion disc.
Great.
That was the one,
great.
So I'm very excited about it. And tomorrow, I think I will go out and get Bringing Up Baby because I really wanted to see that one.
It's great. It's great. Stub McShave says, first of all, Big Papa Ninja, subscribe to the channel. Well, thank you, Big Papa Ninja. Stubble McShave says, speaking of goats, can you rank the decades from the 1970s and forward from the perspective of which decade had the best movies? Ranking the 1970s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s from 1 to 5. Well, let me start, Stubble. The best was the 1970s.
No, but I think he's saying out of all of the 1970s, what is the greatest movie of the 70s?
No. He's asking about the decades. Rank the decades. Which decade had the best movies? The 1970s had the best movies.
I'm going with the 80s.
You're wrong.
I'm not wrong. I just differ from your opinion. I agree there's a lot of great 70s movies, but the thing is, I think especially for the types of things that we talk about.
Okay, that's true, but he didn't specify imagination.
No, I'm saying, but my personal opinion and the stuff that I'm into more, I would have to go with the 80s. Though it's a very tight race there, and I could probably be convinced that the 70s could be, but that's the thing, because the 70s has Halloween and Dawn of the Dead.
Okay, let me...
For just genre stuff, so...
First of all, I mean, in terms of movies that I love in the 70s,
Well, I mean, we'll be here all night.
I know. I mean, I can't even begin from The Godfather to A Clockwork Orange to American Graffiti to Jaws to Network to Bonnie and oh no, that was the 60s. To All the President's Men to Close Encounters to Star Wars to Alien to Dawn of the Dead to Halloween. I mean, it is so. I mean, it's and these are just big movies. I mean, the 1970s and the 1940s, I think, are the best periods of American cinema. The thing about the 80s, Dave, the 80s was the first decade that had home video and cable. So people watch movies over and over and over again.
But again, there are so many great movies in the 80s as well.
Yeah, but do they resonate? Apocalypse fucking Now.
Empire Strikes Back.
That was 80. So was The Shining.
E.T. Back to the Future. Wall Street.
Dude, these are movies that are populist. The movies of the 70s were literature. Network. Oh my God.
Network wasn't populist?
It was. Of course it was Network, but it was also very, very philosophical. Very.
You're saying, I mean, I told you, I'm just thinking about the things that, you know.
Even science fiction movies. Silent Running. Rollerball. Dude, The Exorcist. Come on. 70s, man.
The Terminator. Predator. The Lost Boys.
Populist movies. Disposable movies.
Exorcist 3.
Candy movies. That was 90.
That was 90. He's right. Fuck.
Just saying.
The Abyss.
That was 88. I'll give you that. But,
Aliens.
Oh, by the way, Dave. Well, there's so many people that are asking questions. Hang on. No, I don't mean it. But there's some. No. So I don't know if you saw.
Wrong, but I really, you know, I probably go with the 80s as far as the things that would probably end up watching. And I love the 70s movies. Look, I love all movies. So
the 70s movies. Here's the thing: the movies of the 70s were smarter. The movies of the 80s were more populist.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean,
I don't either. I don't either. But in terms of movies as literature,
smart.
No, they were smart, but they were the movies of the 80s were popcorn movies. They were wildly entertaining. The movies of the 70s.
Did they sell popcorn? They're all popcorn movies.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
They sell popcorn in the theater.
Dog Day Afternoon.
Movies. Yeah, I want to see that when I'm 8.
Well, I mean, that's okay. That's the thing. I mean, I get it. I understand. I'm a child of the 80s
and
too.
Rob,
but
you forgot Deep Throat.
That was
Debbie
70s.
Dallas.
Those are 70s. The
Rocky
great
Horror Picture Show.
Devil and Miss Jones and Behind the Green Door and all the great 70s porn films.
And don't forget, you know, Shivers and Rabid and.
Dude, I know. Early Cronenberg. Dude, Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I know.
The 70s, dude, the 70s has got it going on.
I know.
Blade
Runner, that was an 80s one. Populist, though.
But no, it wasn't. No. Stub McShave's like 70s. To me, 70s, you're like 80s. The 90s, to me, look, here's the thing. The 90s, the 2000s, and 2000, there's been great movies in the 90s, the 2000s, and the 2010. There have been. The problem is, the difference is that corporate interests have defined what movies actually got made. And in the 1970s, you had much more unfettered artistic freedom.
You know,
for filmmakers.
I'm still sticking with the 80s.
All right.
The more I think about it, you know, for your Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I'll give you John Carpenter's The Thing.
Look, and you know what? That's a very interesting philosophical debate. I would say, though,
two very different movies.
Very different movies, but the question is, which one's more influential?
I don't think Texas Chainsaw Massacre was actually that influential. as far as, I think Halloween was influential, and then after Halloween became this big thing, then they started doing chainsaw movies. Remember, they didn't do it in
But
a sequel to Chainsaw, and you weren't seeing a bunch of
no. But hang on,
chainsaw-esque
you
movies.
miss. Here's the thing. I would say when it comes to being influential, it's not about. I mean influential in terms of how did it influence the art that followed it.
But how many were actually influenced by Chainsaw that were, even close to that level? I mean, there was Hills Have Eyes.
None, no. But what I mean is, what Chainsaw did was it pushed the boundaries of what actually could get made, and what could happen in film.
I mean, I guess, but there's probably more on-screen violence in Psycho than there is in Chainsaw.
Yeah, but it's a tonal issue. It's a reality issue. Psycho is very much as I love it and all that. It's very stylized and.
Well, yeah, of course.
Texas Chainsaw provided an experience to viewers they'd never had before, like The Exorcist did.
Right, but how many? Look, it's what it is. It's a very interesting argument.
Yeah, no, it is.
Here's the thing. There's no question that Texas Chainsaw is clearly Tobe Hooper's GOAT.
Yes.
Whereas The Thing is arguably John Carpenter's GOAT.
Yeah, it's funny.
As far as movies and execution and everything else about what he did.
Oh, I think The Thing is one of the great sci-fi horror films of all time.
I'm making the argument as I'm drinking out of a Texas Chainsaw Massacre glass.
Well, there you go.
By the way.
And hey, the first movie I worked on ever, the first movie I have a screen credit in was Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. By the way, hang on, before you get too far, Anthony Gonzalez sends in a super chat and says, "What did you guys think of Killing Zoe?" That's Roger Avery's film.
Roger Avery.
Killing Zoe, yes.
I thought it was good. I thought it was interesting.
I liked it.
It was, it's been a long time since I've seen it.
I know, it's a crime thriller, but it's good. It's good.
It didn't have the same impact like that Reservoir Dogs did.
No, and but it's good. It's well done.
It is.
But yeah, it's good. Ron C sends in a great super chat. He says, "Gentlemen, morning metal. Oh, this is great, Dave. I rewatched The Exorcist, the beginning, and Dominion. I prefer the Dominion storyline, and God liked the ending. Plus, how many films Full Moon knocked out yearly back in your heyday?"
Well, let's deal with the Exorcist thing.
Okay, so, first of all, can you believe, can I just say for the record, how crazy is it that Paul Schrader makes an Exorcist sequel and they don't like it very much, and then Rennie Harlan comes back and
makes it with the same star?
It is so insane.
And do you remember we were in New Zealand in Christchurch and went and saw Rennie Harlan's Exorcist the beginning?
Oh, yes, we did.
And we had a blast.
Yes, we did.
I'll take Rennie Harlan's. I know it's trash.
It's more fun.
It's way more fun. Paul, honestly, that type of genre stuff, I don't think Paul Schrader should do. And I like Paul Schrader a lot. I
loved. I mean, I haven't seen the card counter yet, but I can't wait to see it.
First Reformed. He's done so many interesting things.
I love American Gigolo.
Yeah, but Cat People, I always find to be real clunky and great score.
Oh my God!
And great Bowie song.
Feel these eyes. I love that song.
I just don't like his. I think I don't think he's that interested in the genre in that sense.
No.
That much. And I just find it not as interesting as his other stuff. So, I mean, I have not watched Rennie Harlan's Exorcist the beginning in a very long time, and I probably would not be able to get through it now. But
would you be surprised to know that I do own it on Blu-ray?
Was that an import?
No, it was the Exorcist anthology.
Oh,
that Warner Brothers
right.
put that out, and that was the
Right.
first time I could get Exorcist 2.
But
La la
but
la
now Scream
la.
Factory did this huge
Which
special
I
edition of
have, which I
Exorcist
have
2.
too.
Did you ever have the book, The Making of the Exorcist 2?
No,
They came out back then.
I need
They
it.
had they put out those paperbacks when the movie came out. The
Mhm.
Making of the Exorcist 2, The Heretic. I was like, I had that book.
That was the first
still have it.
R-rated movie I ever saw in a movie theater.
Oh man, that'll change it.
I was so disappointed. I'm like, what the fuck? My brother took me to it. I'm like, what the fuck is this bullshit?
What the fuck?
I didn't like it.
Oh wow.
So our boy Swag Props.
Yes.
Let me just, you cannot
The man, the myth, the legend.
you cannot talk about Swag Props without talking about his props. Dude, come on. This is one of his artist editions. So Swag Props makes, if you don't know Swag Cal, if you don't know him, he makes, go to his Etsy store, look up Swag Props. He makes books from movies. And his work.
I got someone a Christmas gift from Cal. I ordered it and already got it. Got
really?
Someone, yeah, not you, Rob. I didn't get you anything from there.
Yeah, well, you know what? Cal sends me artists' editions of his shit, dude.
He sent me one too. Oh, and you know what? So when I ordered this present for my friend, he was nice enough to send me one of the Lament configuration pages.
Even I don't have one of those.
Which is getting framed and being displayed beautifully. So
I love that. Again. That's great. Well,
yeah, it's awesome. And he's doing more pages. He's doing more pages of that, more diagrams of it.
Well, Cal Swag Prop says, "Hey Rob, give us your pitch for Blood Beach, the remake." Okay.
Okay.
So for what? So
hold on. Can you go full screen so I can? While you pitch, I'm going to use the restroom.
Go ahead. Okay. So yes, but I wanted you to hear this. But okay. Anyway, go. So for those of you who don't know. Today I had a spate of I was tweeting for like an hour, and I thought my comedy stylings were actually on point, and there is a movie from the early '80s, a horror film called Blood Beach, and I don't know if any of you have ever seen it. It's not a great movie, but it's pretty interesting. and for whatever reason, when I'm tweeting, it's free form, free association. And we were talking about movie taglines and it led me to Blood Beach. And I right then I thought, it would be interesting to remake Blood Beach. And I was thinking, the first thing I thought of, I'm like, what if you did Blood Beach in one shot? Like it's a 90-minute or 100-minute movie, and it's one shot. Like the movies Victoria or Russian Ark. What if you did it as a one-shot film? And you did it for Blumhouse. So I tagged Jason Blum and said, Jason Blum, I want to remake Blood Beach, and I want to do it as a one-shot film. So what I mean by that is there's no cuts. The camera starts, it's 90 minutes long, and the camera takes you through the entire film is one shot, like Russian Ark or Victoria. and so what Cal is asking is to give your pitch for Blood Beach. He wants me to tell you what my story pitch is. Well, to be honest, I don't fucking know. I mean, I was just riffing on the idea of doing Blood Beach as a Blood Beach. So my idea of doing Blood Beach, to be clear, is a one-shot movie. So the camera starts, and it's 90 minutes long, and it's one shot. And that's what I tweeted out today. I came up with this idea as like Russian Ark or Victoria, like the German crime thriller or whatever. It's one shot. And in Victoria, which is interesting, the the director, the financiers said, look, okay, we understand you're going to do it in one shot, but we want you to shoot the movie in multiple takes like a regular movie. So for 10 days, they did that. And then all the only money that was left, they were going to do 3 takes of Victoria. And the first take, the cast was lethargic. And the director's like, you guys are a little lethargic. The second take was too big. And so they only had enough money to make one more take. So they did it. It's a one-shot movie. The whole movie, Victoria, they went with a one-shot take. It was the third take. And I'm like, that's how you do Blood Beach. Blood Beach is a one-shot, I don't know, because it'd be cool. I mean, hang on, Dave, let me bring you back. You're not here.
Here we go. But why?
Now they can hear you. Here's the thing. Dude, I was just riffing on Twitter. And I was like, Jason Blum.
Twitter's no good, man.
Whatever.
Just get you into trouble.
Whatever. I'm just like, I think it'd be badass to do a one take, a 90-minute take. First of all, Blood Beach is a fucking terrible movie. It's not good.
I don't know. It's almost a lost movie right now. The rights are so messed up and everything that you can't even see it. You can't even get a copy of that sucker.
I know. That's why I said, Jason Blum, let me remake Blood Beach for you. You go get the rights.
Go pitch Ryan Turek.
And I want to do it as a one-take film.
That'll never happen.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I've never
because you know why? A one-take, Dave. Dave, a one-take film. If you do it correctly, first of all, you got to have rehearsals. So you hire your actors for basically a week. And the first 4 days, actually, you need longer because you need. I would say I would need 2 weeks. I need 10 days to shoot my Blood Beach one take remake, and Jason Blum. I'm like, people are like, well, Rob, how much would this cost? And Jason Blum likes to make things for $5 million or under. I said it costs $5 million. It wouldn't cost that, but I think doing Blood Beach like Russian Ark or Victoria could be really interesting. A one-take film. And by the way, I was explaining this to somebody, a friend of Elizabeth's today, and she actually brought something up. She goes, wouldn't it be interesting if, like, in the foreground, you have your characters, and then in the distance you can see people like in their on the beach, because the whole thing's on the beach, and you see people like somebody's standing up putting suntan lotion, and then they just get just sucked under the sand, but they're like in the background. It's like, and I'm like, that's a great idea. And I one of the things that I came up with that I wanted to see happen was, so then you see like people come to the beach, like they come to the beach and they're putting out their clothes or they're putting out their blankets, and then you realize you're in the same place that you saw somebody in the background get sucked underneath the sand, devoured by the creature. And then you have like some girl, she's talking on the phone or whatever, and right next to her towel, you just see a little drop of blood coming up from the ground, and it spreads out on the sand, just like, and she's talking and she doesn't understand, and it everything gets wet, and then suddenly everyone it sinks into the sand, and the creature devours them. Dude, it'd be fucking great. Come on. Blood Beach, one take,
Rob,
one shot.
You don't need Blood Beach to do that.
Okay.
No one remembers it. Just write it.
Look, I don't know the rights. The thing is, Dave, of course, the point is, I just was riffing on Blood Beach because
if you're so excited about it.
Well, I don't own it. I'm not excited. I think it could be.
You don't own it. You own that idea.
I don't. Michael Strelitz sends in a super chat and says, Burnett, behave. Sounds like you're sucking up Marvel. Look, I'm not sucking up to Marvel. Here's the funny thing. Marvel and Kevin Feige, the MCU is the single most successful film franchise in Hollywood history. I grew up reading Marvel comics. I love seeing the Marvel Cinematic Universe brought to life. I am not sucking up to Marvel. I'm seeing the realization of my childhood in grand fashion and spared no expense. The two punch of Infinity War and Endgame, I will die on this hill. They are two of the greatest examples of fantasy filmmaking, imagination connoisseur filmmaking ever made. Ever made. I mean, Infinity War especially, the first 20 minutes of that movie, fuck yeah, dude. I can't even believe that movie exists. You're not saying anything, Dave.
What needs to be said?
Okay, there you go. So,
Everyone said
Michael,
everything you need to talk
I
about Marvel anyway. It's like, yeah.
I don't work for
it's
Marvel.
But it's funny. I'll take this guy's point a little bit as you praise the 70s and being auteuristic and everything else, and the only thing about that Marvel is auteuristic is Kevin Feige, not the filmmakers.
I disagree.
Most of those films, most people don't know who directed those movies or care.
Who directed Guardians of the Galaxy?
Don't.
Everyone knows.
But you're asking me that.
Everyone knows.
No, we all know.
But
the entire world doesn't.
Well, no, but look, the entire world doesn't know who directed any movie.
But they saw it.
But
you're the one who's saying, oh.
No, the fact is that Marvel has a very, Kevin Feige is hiring directors that no other studio would hire. He's plucking, like James Gunn had done he'd done Slither and Super for $3 million each. And Kevin Feige's like, yeah, come
Slither
on, I want
$3 million.
What's that?
Slither was more than $3 million. You
Okay,
can't
more.
even say that by looking at Slither. You can't say that was $3 million in this day and age, or even back when it was.
Well, the reported budgets.
Please, it was not even reported at $3 million. You can't be serious. That's crazy talk.
Oh, Leatherface.
That's crazy.
$3 million. Yeah, I'm sure it was. So okay, say
Anyway.
it's 8, 10, whatever. I mean, James Gunn was not a guy who's directing studio tentpole properties.
No,
and yet Kevin
properties,
and yet Kevin Feige said, "Come direct my studio temple property for $170 million."
Because he had been writing very big, successful movies. Anyway,
yeah, he had, but
this is we're kind of debating apples and oranges here. Bottom line is, yes, Marvel's amazing. Marvel's incredible, absolutely amazing. They can do anything, and they have. And the interesting challenge with them now, of course, that they're facing, and I think rightfully so, is after the Infinity War Endgame, back to back, 2-punch thing. It's like, how you have to scale back. You have to. There's just you can't keep just going above and beyond that. Though I think with Spider-Man, they're definitely going for that flavor of multi villains and multi.
Well, I mean, what's amazing is, even though Sony releases the Spider-Man movies, if you believe the things that are going on in Spider-Man No Way Home and Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, they're insane. Like they push the boundaries of the Marvel Universe so far beyond the breaking point. I mean, I was listening to a video today about maybe the leaks are correct. I mean, I have to say,
the thing is, I don't want to know about the leaks anymore. I don't care about the leaks, and I don't care that they're going back. They're always going back and reshooting stuff, and people go, "Oh, Doctor Strange 2 is going under significant reshoots." It's like, so what? It's still Sam Raimi. I trust in Sam.
Well, first of all, what people don't get,
and the bottom line is, the funny thing is this.
Well, those reshoots are built into the schedules.
But again, what I find interesting is this, Rob. Why is that a story? Who fucking cares?
Well, it's also just part of the process. I mean, it's been
spin it like, oh, there's problems with Doctor Strange too. Who cares? You know, God damn it. Your fucking news day is so fucking boring that you have to try to spin that into a negative thing.
Well,
Get the
first
fuck
of all,
out of here,
yeah,
people.
you're right. It's also not true. I
Right.
mean,
But
the
that's
idea
thing.
that
It's a non-story
well,
that they're trying to spin into
these
something.
movies actually have reshoots built into their schedules now. They shoot them, they edit them, and they know they're going to come back. They're actually scheduling reshoots as part of the production
And
after
that's
the
not
editorial
just
process.
and that's just not Marvel movies or superhero movies.
No,
This happens on a lot of studio films. Most studio films now
yeah,
have that going.
and the
But the
person.
bottom line is the fans, the people out there going to see the movie don't need to know about it, shouldn't give two fucking shits about it.
Well,
Doesn't matter.
no, but there's a lot of, it is frustrating to see the misinformation that permeates the YouTube space.
I'll say this, Rob. The minute that I started getting into this business and working on movies, but even before directing movies, it killed some of the magic of movies. When you know all the shit, and this is the thing that I constantly, this is the thing when I'm constantly at conflict with, I find baffling and interesting that people want to know the minutia of everything on these movies before they go and see it. It's like, yes, it's like you celebrated Christmas. I remember you telling me this. Now, when you were younger,
Yeah.
did you ever go searching for presents that your parents may have hid that were supposedly from like Santa? Maybe you didn't have them go that far as the Santa thing, but my parents did.
No, I snooped. I was a
Yes.
snooper, and I did find
and they always wrapped them early.
Yeah. Oh,
most of the
dude.
time.
Yeah. Oh, no.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing. So it's like, oh, great. So I snoop a week early or something, and I find something. And guess what? My surprise is ruined on the day of just opening it and finding out what it is.
I okay. Here's I will admit, I watch a lot of YouTube, not just because I want to know what other people are doing, just because I like YouTube. And there are channels like Heavy Spoilers, that channel, I love that guy, that I watch. And he did now, here's I've gotten to the point where when people talk about spoilers, I find it kind of weird now. I used to think, but now I think it's odd because so a movie is made, and until you see it, you don't know what's in it because you have to watch it when it's done. Like a movie's not done, and now we have all these people that want to promote spoilers. Well,
Right.
a spoiler, even the word has spoil in it. You want to spoil a movie for someone else. And I know we're so like, oh my God, I'm desperate to know who's in this film. Oh my God. Dave, is She-Hulk and Spider-Man No Way Home? Oh, wait. Oh,
I don't know.
Should I have said that? Uh-oh. Who knows? The point is, the fact is, do we need to spoil that? Is that a spoiler? Who cares? What I don't understand is but Dave, movies are planned out years in advance. Sure. When they sit down and shoot a movie, it could take, as you well know, we worked on Narnia 2 years before it came out. Now we've read the script. We know what's happening. They're making the movie.
I didn't read the script.
Well, okay,
I was never given the script to read. It didn't matter with what we were doing. We didn't have to read the script.
I'd read it early on, but so
we just had to be there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, the movie is the movie.
Sure,
it's going to get made. To me, the idea of spoiling it all you're doing is robbing people of the joy of seeing it and experiencing it for the first time. Can
you imagine? And I don't know if this was the case for you, but I'll just give an end game scenario. Can you imagine?
By the way, I was spoiler free in both Infinity War and Endgame.
But can you imagine knowing that Captain America wields Thor's hammer before you went in?
Oh,
what that would have taken away from you and the experience.
100%. That
moment and being in the theater opening day and that moment, and you see that hammer rise and you're like, what the fuck? And then boom, and the audience reaction. It was the last time that I've had that feeling again since. I mean, I have not.
I know, I agree. Look, I saw it with a jaded industry crowd on the Disney lot before it opened. People that even in that theater, people freaked the fuck out. Look, you know what? When I saw I saw Infinity War with my good friend John Schnepp, rest in peace.
Right.
He and I were sitting next to each other. And on Vormir, when you hear even though it's a sound alike, the Hugo Weaving sound alike is perfect.
Oh my god! But
when you heard the fucking voice of the Red Skull, dude, my blood froze. And John Schnepp is sitting next to me. We talk like, holy fucking shit! That's the Red fucking Skull, man! And like John,
the Red Skull is fucking metal,
dude. The Red Skull is fucking metal. And by the way, I have the hot toy Red Skull right over there. But
the Red Skull might be the most metal Marvel fucking character, really.
Dude, I'm just saying. John Schnepp, I wish he was. God, it kills me. He's not.
He would. God, how many times would he have been on this show,
dude? I wouldn't have done the show. I would have done the show. No, it would have been.
It would have been Rob and John Schnepp.
Dude, I can't even. John Schnepp was the most metal motherfucker I ever knew. But my God, I get a lot of letters,
and the thing is,
I have to say this. I get a lot of letters from people who have loss in their life, and I appreciate that people reach out to me. But for me personally, John Schnepp got me into YouTube, bringing me on to Collider Heroes back in 2015. And
introduced you to an entire new audience.
And he was the one that first said you should do your own YouTube show. And I told Elizabeth that, and she was the one that got me this microphone. But man,
that was a Christmas present, or a Hanukkah
it was.
present.
It was in 2018. It was a Christmas present and a Hanukkah present. You're right. And John, when we saw Infinity War together at the El Capitan on Hollywood Boulevard. John,
which is an amazing theater, guys.
And we were there. We were there before it was a press screening, and everyone who was anybody in the YouTube pundit space, and I was with Coy and Amy Dallin and Schnepp,
right?
And it was so crazy because we couldn't believe what we were watching, and when John Schnepp and I heard the voice of the Red Skull, we just looked at each other in the like you never have an experience where you look at someone else and we're like, holy fucking shit. Like shit, and Schnepp was like, like we were both losing our shit, and yet,
but there were
we had to be quiet about it. We had to be like, and we're like going, high-fiving. Which
sucks because the rest of when you go see it in a regular audience, they're all going, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, but people were, but we didn't want to be like. And it was like, and here's the funny thing. For all of you cynics out there, think about just watch Infinity War and Endgame. If you grew up watching or reading Marvel comics or watching the animation, Infinity War and Endgame are I can't believe those movies fucking exist. The opening scene of Endgame with Hawkeye, when his family is dusted, I'm like, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? That was so unbelievable. That opening.
I'll tell you something.
Yeah.
The older we get, I think the more the schmaltzier we get.
Speak for yourself, buddy.
Oh yeah, please. You tell me, because this is what happened to me. Endgame, and again, if it had been spoiled for me,
I didn't know, dude. I went spoiler free into Endgame.
And here's the thing, guys. You know, I don't go into movies trying to figure out everything and go, or even before going, well, logically, obviously, they're going to bring everyone back, and of course, they're not going to destroy the entire Marvel universe. I'm just there for the ride, so I don't know. That's the way I like to do it. I like to just be there for the ride. So the moment when it's Captain America and Thanos and the whole troops, it still gets me to this day. And then you hear Cap on your left, and then you see everyone come back, and then it's like finally you get Avengers Assemble, which is an incredible metal fucking moment in movie history. But the funny thing is, I'm just so, and it doesn't happen a lot. Where I get so awestruck that literally like tears. I'm sitting in the theater opening day and people are cheering and stuff, and I'm just like looking at this huge landscape of cinema with all these things. And then the thing is, you can look at it now and you still just go, I cannot believe this. This doesn't exist in regular movies. You just do not get this. And it's like being a fucking geek, and it would be like Kiss, Metallica, and all these people playing together the same song at the same time on this massive fucking stage. Like,
dude,
Iron Maiden, Kiss, Metallica, Motley Crue, and all of them in their prime. Heaven is this concert, is this massive jam of the greatest, and that's what that thing was. And it's just like, and I was more surprised than anyone that I'm sitting there going, and I'm literally like tearing up, crying out of joy, not because I'm sad, out of joy.
No,
and
dude,
a movie can still make that happen to me. Thank God, and that's why I don't understand spoilers.
Dude, you know what? I have to say, I mean, everyone's talking about the plot or whatever, and I watch all these videos, and I just don't understand. And because we all want to know, we all crave knowledge and all that. But dude, I'll tell you something. Both Endgame, when you see Hawkeye's family dusted and he's just standing there, and it cuts to the Marvel logo, and Traffic's song, Mr. Fantasy or Dear Mr. Fantasy, Dear Mr. Fantasy.
Yeah.
I like, dun,
which is
dun,
a
dun,
very
dun, dun.
unusual way for a Marvel movie to.
Dude, I was like, oh my, even that.
It's so cool.
I'm like, this is fucking, and Eternals. You go over the Marvel logo. It's fucking
Again, I
Pink
still haven't
Floyd.
seen it.
Okay.
Still haven't seen it.
It's Pink Floyd's Time.
Okay. Nice.
And at times playing it, you cut out of the logo, Marvel logo, to London, and I'm just like, I feel like we now take for granted. I'm not ever like, oh, Rob, you're a Marvel shill. You're giving Kevin Feige a rim job. I'm like, no, it's not.
Because you know what? The same thing happened to me with Wonder Woman. When she goes it's called No Man's Land. The music cue is called No Man's Land.
Yeah, I know.
It's when she storms, that big scene.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is Wonder Woman. That scene,
well,
Which is what's so disappointing about for me for Wonder Woman 84.
Oh, dude,
There's no moment like that.
The Wonder Woman 84 is one of the most disappointing genre films I've ever seen in my life. I can't. However, I love the first Wonder Woman, and I think what's really interesting about these movies, and it's hard to explain to people, but if you have grown up, I mean, I'm old. You know, I have almost a half century of reading comics and this material behind me.
And almost a half century of at least looking at it.
Yeah, and yes.
You know, it was like someone had a comic book probably you were looking at before you could read.
Of course, and the thing being, the point being that to see these things writ large on the big screen, it's amazing. I mean, it is. And these are characters I've known my whole life.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. To be able to see these people, that's the weird thing. And I guess that's why with Shang-Chi, because I've known the character in a certain form for so long that to not see that form is kind of disappointing. But again, what I also don't get, and let's just take the new Spider-Man movie. You know, the last two Spider-Man movies were really good. They're really entertaining.
Yeah.
So if we didn't get two other Spider-Man, so what? It would still be good. But why does everyone need to know? Why do they need to know everyone in it?
God damn,
I just don't get, it's like, where's your sense of adventure where you just want to like, it's like, I want to see a movie as blind as I possibly can.
Oh, dude, I'm with you. And the problem is though that, dude, you know how imagination connoisseurs want to know. We've always traded in information, and we're only as cool as what we know. It's part of our DNA.
I guess that's the thing, and I'm glad that I'm glad that I do the show with you, and I can just sort of just sit here and spew whatever bullshit that comes out, and whether people agree with it or not is nice, and if they don't, sorry. And if people like spoilers, that's totally your thing. It's just not mine. Remember when I'll bring this up. Another wonderful, there were many reasons why this was an incredible experience, but when we went and saw the remake of Evil Dead on my birthday.
Dude, in the Valley, that was a great night.
It was so much fun.
Great night.
We all went into it knowing nothing.
Half the theater was your people there for your birthday.
Yeah, and knowing nothing about the movie, and it was such a blast.
It was such a blast.
It was so much fun.
That was a great. Fade Alvarez, who directed Don't Breathe, directed that movie.
Yeah.
No, there are spoiler channels, and whether it's Emergency Awesome or Heavy Spoilers, I do watch these spoiler channels on YouTube
beforehand, before you see a movie, you do. So it's like you probably know a lot. You probably know a lot. And then you get, because of what you do on a daily basis with your show, and at that point with John Campion's show, you probably know a lot more about certain movies than so many people do. But and I get it; it's the nature of the beast of the business.
Yeah,
but
look,
but does a little part of you die knowing that, instead of being able to just go into the theater and go,
oh yeah,
and be surprised? And doesn't that suck?
Yes. I think
everything before you go into a movie.
Well, what's so interesting is that, okay, the real question is why do people want to know what happens in a film?
It's like taking a book and reading the last page first.
I agree, and it's
like, because I might die before I finish reading the book. Is that the way you guys think?
But here's the thing.
You know,
But
I
but
don't know. It's weird.
in our world today, knowledge is power. And I think that what
I guess
happens
knowledge is profitable.
yeah, but look, everyone talks about
sad.
you can monetize clicks or whatever. That's true. And look, I don't do that. I mean, what's really interesting is that I did two things. Like people talk about, well, Rob, you broke the Duel of the Fates script story, and I'm like, yeah, but that wasn't a spoiler. That movie didn't get made.
That's different.
You know, it is different. And then, you know, when I reviewed the Nicholas Meyer, the writer director of Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, was going to make a Khan miniseries.
It didn't get made.
No, but he called me. Nicholas Meyer was so pissed because he thought that he might have a chance to make that miniseries, and I'm like, dude, they fucked you.
Yeah, but
all the people that involve modern Star Trek Secret Hideout, those motherfuckers, they will fuck you unless you're part of their club.
Okay,
Nicholas Meyer wrote the second Sorry,
I want to ask you this question. As my camera freaks out, sorry guys. I'll get another camera. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It doesn't. It only does it during this.
Yeah, but you look good.
But. One,
you know what? It might be the frame rate, Dave. The frame rate. There's different.
Change that.
I'm sure you can if you use your software. The frame rate should be 30 frames.
In my settings, it doesn't give me a frame rate.
It must.
But it's not. It doesn't.
It must.
Anyway,
it must.
We'll figure
it
this
must
out.
Increase your bust. The bigger, the better. The tighter the sweater, the more the guys will stare. Oh wait, what?
Why are people up this late? I don't know, Crisp. I don't know why we're up this late. Please. I have a two-part question with you with Nicholas Meyer. One, it must have been really awesome to be contacted by Nicholas Meyer, but two,
it wasn't.
How bad did you feel because he was upset with you? And, you know, it's like, here's someone who does work that you really like. And
okay,
now he's contacting you and he's upset with you because, again, you know, never mind the fact that you might have to go, oh yeah, they fucked you, and it's like that's the last thing you want to be able to tell anyone or they want to hear. But that's got to be a little bit of a bummer too.
No, it sucked. You know, he sent me an email.
He's always going to think of you now as like, oh, this is the guy who.
Yeah. And he was pissed. And he said, and what he said specifically to me in his first email, he's like, I was very effusive with my praise of his work. And he even said, I really appreciate the fact you like my work, but I would very much have liked the audience to learn about my work as they watched it, not hearing about it from your YouTube show. And in my mind, here's what I was thinking. I'm thinking, the motherfuckers that run Star Trek right now have fucked you already once. They're fucking you again if you he still believed they were going to make his show. And I'm like, your show is really good. That's why they're not going to make it. And what is depressing and what makes me angry is that, you know what? If the man who wrote and directed Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan has written a Khan miniseries that's 3 nights long, you let him make it. You figure out a way. Secret Hideout, you let that guy make that miniseries. The scripts are great. The problem is, if you do that, you need to have somebody at the top who will say, I think this creative should be able to make this thing. And that means that you give up your power or whatever bullshit. Hollywood is basically, as you know, a business of 6-year-olds. And even though there's a lot of Ivy League educated business people, they're all terrified because they don't know shit.
And they
haven't made anything. They don't.
This too.
And
the sad and funny thing is that, you know, even though they are educated, it's the one weird business, guys, that I don't. I mean, maybe I'm wrong if being the one business. That people are allowed to act like fucking toddlers.
Well, yeah. By the way,
and have tantrums.
um,
And supposedly get away with it.
oh,
Now, I know that's happening less, but there's so much bad behavior. Forget the Me Too movement and everything. Take that out of the equation. While all that's valid, but the other aspect that isn't still not talked about is the people who aren't being inappropriate in that way, but are having fucking tantrums and fits and acting like fucking 2-year-olds.
Oh, dude, if people could see the behavior,
and it's tolerated, and it's just like, are you kidding me?
Well, one of the things I think you and I are like, the funny thing is like, we actually know how to make films, and I'm not saying we're like Orson Welles. I'm talking about actually the process of making movies. Whether we have to edit them, produce them, whatever we have to do, we can do that.
Sure.
And what's really interesting about the Nicholas Meyer situation is his Con miniseries. It should have been made. And the fact that we get the fucking drivel that is 3 seasons and now to be a 4th season of Star Trek Discovery and the season of Picard. When I watch that kind of unbelievably horribly written, god-awful, very expensive bullshit.
Well, that's
and at the same time,
you have to remember too. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when they were doing Next Generation back then, that wasn't a super expensive show, correct?
No, it was not. No, it was
now
not.
That they're spending I mean, Jesus Christ, I bet
10, 12, $14 million an episode for the first season of Discovery.
Can you imagine, guys? This is the thing: $14 million an episode. Rob and I could make 14 films.
Oh yeah.
Or how about 7 films?
Whatever.
$2 million a piece, and they would be kind of cool. They wouldn't.
No.
But again, oh my
God. What's amazing to me?
Where did we go wrong, Rob?
Well, no, we never had. We
never got up to bat in that sense.
We never had the commercial successes. But
Dave,
we did do some cool shit.
No, we haven't. Look, we still are. We're still going.
Yeah, but I have to go. Let me just go back to Star Trek. The fact that Secret Hideout.
Rob, you know what? I want you to acknowledge one thing first.
Oh, okay.
You have said Star Trek about 50 fucking times tonight, and I have not fucking busted you once tonight. So, I'm not. So pound that right now. The whole thing.
Oh, I can't do that, Dave.
I'm kidding. I know.
I was only talking about Nicholas Meyer.
Yeah, we started with Nicholas Meyer, and I'm like, holy shit, this is what happened.
Oh my God!
But I just wanted you to know that I realized that you were mentioning the words that are not supposed to be uttered on this goddamn show.
I didn't say that. I was not mentioning that.
You've said it. You've said it many times now. The 2 words.
No, I have not.
Yes, you have, guys.
I talked about Discovery. I said Discovery or whatever.
No. You said Star Trek. How many times, guys?
No, you just said it. You just said it, Dave. You said
keeping track. I can say it. You can't. But you.
Here you go. You're now full screen, Dave. You are full screen. By the way, you look good, man. You look good. What's up?
Yeah, with the red flash. Do you have to urinate or something?
No, I just thought I'd put you full screen.
He's urinating right now, guys. You can't see it right now, but Rob is like pulled it out and like he's peeing in a cup. It's really embarrassing.
No, I'm drinking in my cup.
He's got 2 cups, guys. One's the peeing cup. Hopefully.
Actually, no, I've got 2 girls on only 1 cup.
The funny thing is when he comes back from me being full screen and you just see that glass and it's yellow, it's his pee. He's drinking his pee.
I'm not one of those guys. That was the early 90s. Come on.
He only drank his pee in the early 90s is what he's saying.
No, I didn't. I only drink girls' pee, just so you know. Say what you want. Right. Now you're like, wait, what? How do I transfer to that?
I've never been into water sports, guys. Sorry.
I'm not either, but I'm not against it.
Might be a little metal to be.
Speaking of that, we have Connie sang sends a super chat and says,
"Oh shit."
She appreciates the metal goats. Finally, let's just talk about the metal goats. There is the goat of all goats, Black Phillip, from Robert Eggers, The Witch. And if you didn't love him then, look at this close up. My God, Black Phillip. Look at his point. Look at Black Phillip. I mean, that is amazing. And then, of course, we have the talking goat from Sam Raimi's Drag Me to Hell. Fucking metal as fuck. And then we've got the goat from the Hammer film, The Devil Rides Out. Although this is kind of a smiling goat. And since Dave's gone, hey, look, here's my director's reel from Femme Fatales. Yes. Right. This is 9 years ago. Yeah, it's true, right? By the way, don't tell. Look at this. Come on, look at this stuff.
I ain't telling you shit.
I'm gonna take care of you. You're fine. Who are you? I'm Libra.
I know, right, Dave? You were gone, so I'm like...
Me, some chick named Libra dressed in black spandex wearing a Halloween mask saved your ass like some kind of comic book superhero.
It wasn't spandex. It was leather.
Well, please, don't let me interrupt. Continue. Libra, I presume.
Come on, man.
Are we on?
Yeah, we're on, dude. We're live, bruh.
Fucking Femme Fatales.
I know. You know, hey, Skinamax, what do you want me to say?
Hey, that's Jeff Fahey, man.
Body
Libra.
parts. Body parts.
Body part. Oh, Psycho 3. He was very sexy in Psycho 3, man.
He was very sexy. He's a
with
sexy.
the lamps
By the way, he's a
covering
great guy to work with too. Really enjoyed working with him.
I bet. Yes, that is TJ from Planet Terror.
Andrew Christie, Dave. Andrew Christie sends in a tip and says, to add to that, I think Marvel can afford to commit to risks. Eternals was a massive risk, which I think they took, but didn't fully commit tonally. I had a similar problem with WandaVision. Enthralled with where they were going, didn't hit the landing. Andrew, I agree with you. I do. Because, I mean, we live in a world where, I mean, think about it. So Marvel wants to make great entertainment, but they're corporate minders. Disney's like, okay, so if you make a movie, you're going to make $1 billion, right? That's what they expect. Because if you average out 23 Marvel movies, from Iron Man 1 to Spider-Man Far From Home, if you average them out, they all made, based on there's 23 movies and how much they make, they all made $1 billion.
I think Connie said Marvel has made $18 billion.
No, they made $1 billion on 23 movies.
What,
they
really?
made $23 billion.
Wait. So you're saying Captain America: The First Avenger made $1 billion?
No, I'm saying that collectively, the 23 movies, if you take all the money they made and then you average them out, so you have the total cash that they
not including merchandising.
No, that's not including. It's just including box office. If you take the 23 Marvel movies and the total they made worldwide, they've all made the average is $1 billion a film.
Okay.
And that's insane.
Okay. She said over 18 billion from 2018. Holy cow. That's just that's you can't even imagine.
No, it's the most successful franchise ever.
Hey,
ever.
Tim Hands, how did RMB forget Ernest Borgnine in The Devil's Reign? Oh yeah, he does sort of turn into a goat at the end. Ernest Borgnine in The Devil's Reign.
He does.
With William Shatner, who was on that show that you can't mention.
TJ Hooker?
Yeah.
The Practice? Boston Legal?
Anything with Hooker in the title you can mention. Pat Finch, I'd love. No, wait.
Hey, wait, hang on. We got people. We got people that send in super chats, Dave.
Hey,
don't just read random shit.
I can do this one. It's my prerogative, man.
It's true.
He said, "I'd like to see Howard the Duck movie with Man-Thing and Dr. Bong, directed by George Lucas." I would not.
Okay, hang on.
I don't. Yes.
The Count 2009 says, or 2009, 209. What?
I was doing The Count from Sesame Street.
Oh, The Count. One. He says, "Hey Rob."
Two.
1, 2. Hey, 1, 2. Hey Rob, are there any flashback scenes you're hoping to see in the Kenobi series? I personally would love to see a 13-year-old Anakin being raised by Obi.
Did he say raised? He said raised, right?
Yeah, raised.
Oh,
Not
good.
like raised. But that's a good
Raised,
question. I mean,
like raised, like not raped, but okay, good.
Okay, don't. What? Come on. Why do you got to make something so innocent and joyful so evil?
It's just two men. Come on.
Oh, Dave, come on now. A master and an apprentice is not like ancient Greece. It's different.
A master and apprentice. Well, in certain worlds.
Oh
that's
my
a
God.
different.
Okay.
What flashbacks would you like to see, though, Rob, in an Obi-Wan Kenobi series?
None. I want to see none. I want to see what happened after Revenge of the Sith, and I want it to go straightforward. I'm tired of this flashback structure.
I want a flashback to that little race that they had in Phantom Menace.
You mean the Bunta Eve pod race?
The pod racers. Yeah, I want to see a flashback to that. So
you want to see what is it? Ben Quadrignor? No, fuck that shit. Come on, dude.
I just want to see Anakin as a young kid going yippee.
Okay, yeah, Dave. You know what? That's fine. Dave Parker was once on the show. He's no longer on the show now. I'm just saying, thanks, Dave, for being here. And if anyone wanted Dave to read a super chat, well, you're never going to see it because Dave's gone. Oh, wait, he's using the Force. Wait. He brought himself back. He uses Force powers.
Hold me back here.
So, no, the Count 209, I don't have I don't have any Force. I don't have anything that I want to necessarily see. I'm curious to see where it goes, though. I think I'm excited. It looks great. I can't wait to see what happens. We'll see. I mean, everyone's like, well, Rob, like Anakin and Kenobi having another saber duel is not canonical based on New Hope. Look, I don't know, man. I'm sure it'll work. It's fine. Andrew Christie says, Rob, I was born in 1987, and I am totally with you. I'm very sympathetic to the populist aesthetic, but the artist in me has to admit the unfettered nature of pre-corporate creativity is much more influential. Andrew, you and I park our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay. What do you think, Dave? Let me get this. Let me just
I think parking shuttlecrafts in the same
No,
shuttle
not
bay
that.
is not very fucking metal.
Okay, you know what? That's
You
not.
park your fucking, interceptor in anti-entities fucking.
Okay, dude, hang on. Where I park, what I park is not the point. The point is what Andrew says, and this is
So he's
I want.
basically saying the 70s is better than the 80s. Is what he? That's the point.
No,
I
no.
think that is that the point.
Okay,
So I
Dave.
think that's the.
Dave. Here's it. Here's the question. I would pose this to you. Andrew Christie says, "I'm very sympathetic to the populist aesthetic, but the artist in me has to admit the unfettered nature of pre-corporate creativity is much more influential." He's not talking about a
decade.
anytime.
Okay, gotcha.
But so what he's asking you is that, like, we grew up. I would say this: we grew up loving indie. All the filmmakers, Carpenter, Joe Dante, Cronenberg. They were all indie filmmakers.
But
And
trying
I would
to make populist movies.
Yes. But wouldn't you
We
say?
can agree with that.
Yeah. So I would ask you, and I'm gonna go full frame on you because I now too
Have to relieve yourself.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Okay.
but I think Andrew's asking a great
this.
question. So I would say to you, I mean, now that Hollywood is a much, I mean, there's a lot of money involved. Can movies still be relevant and mean something to people? Dave, I leave you with that one.
Okay. All right. So, can movies still be relevant? Well, I mean, I think he asks a silly question in that sense, because obviously we know movies can still be relevant. But I agree with the question that is asked. Is like, but I think the thing is, I know there are some artists and directors and musicians and everything that just want to make their music, and they're making their music for them, and they don't worry about who listens to their stuff or watches their stuff. And I think they're just going, like-minded people will find it, and that, that's kind of cool. And honestly, where Rob and I are in our careers, unfortunately, and I'll say unfortunately, because I don't think we're trying to make movies that are just for a limited audience. I think the things that Rob and I want to do, we want to make things that are seen by as many people as possible and embraced by them. But with a healthy dose of knowing that, some of the subject matter and the things that we're going to make are only going to appeal to a certain amount of people. But I get it. It's like, but that's the thing that, the thing with doing movies or doing your art, and doing it on your own and doing it personal and infusing your personality into it. You're always going to be, up to that point where you are just going to have to put it out there and see who responds. You never know. There's always going to be someone who likes and digs what you do and not. I've always been envious of musicians and bands, because potentially they do not have to rely on a massive amount of people to be able to do what they do. And they can do it on their own much easier than a filmmaker. Though now technology is catching up in the sense where, yes, you can do a lot with very little with technology, filmically. But again, when you're dealing with a mass audience that is used to seeing like huge spectacle and not ready to embrace small, it's difficult. So we'll see. I'm hopeful though. I'm hopeful, and you know, I think the thing is, you have to be true to yourself, sort of like this is going to be a weird comparison, guys, and Rob's going to be like, what? But I know he'll agree with me. And there's a couple of filmmakers that that are very fringe, but they did things their own way. And later on in life, they were embraced. Probably more embraced, after their time than before their time. And that's like Lucio Fulci was a workman director, or and I can even
Journeyman.
a journeyman. But you know who else was? Walter Hill. And I absolutely love his stuff. And the influence that Walter Hill has had on movies is way more than you probably even realize.
Can you count suckers?
Yeah.
I say the future is ours.
But they had
If
a
you
voice, and Fulci, an Italian director who made Zombie and The Gates of Hell and did these sort of gore classic things and stuff like that. That he became way more
The
appreciated
Beyond, bro.
And The Beyond after he died. I think he would be I think he would be so surprised and blown away that his stuff is celebrated, and there are T-shirts every month created based off his work, and all this stuff that I don't think he would have ever imagined would have ever have happened. He was just trying to make a buck, but the thing is, he was trying to make a buck, but he was also going for it when he did it. He wasn't fucking around. He was like, I'm gonna fucking push the limits.
I wash my hands, by the way. Just people asked, I wash my hands.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
But again, so someone like him, Walter Hill, most of you guys already know. William Lustig, pushing the boundaries with Maniac. It could have been just another fucking 80s slasher movie, and then he decided to do something that was from the point of view of the fucking killer and made this really weird, poetic, gory,
and yet
fucking
profoundly
chaos.
disturbing and monumentally violent.
Monumentally, insanely violent with some of Tom Savini's best effects. These guys, but these are guys who were just like, who are in the trenches, really just like trying to make a living and trying to do stuff, but they were doing it with passion. So it's like, I think it can be done. But again, the tough thing is with Rob's question with the, it's like with the populist thing and everything else. I don't know. It's like so much where we're at now and everything else, and where we are, it's very different. The whole business changed so quickly
and drastically. I mean,
from the 2000s on, that a lot of us who were thinking that we would have the chance of being a Joe Dante or a John Landis or a Carpenter, or not in and not in the sense of like, we're of the same brilliance of coming up with ideas and executing in that way, but still having the opportunities that they did. They don't exist, and you have to figure out different ways. But I think that's the thing. It's like, but now we're getting some of these smaller movies that are breaking out. Now we're getting these movies that are making an impact on a select group, maybe not a mass group, because we're not getting into theatrical anymore. But the thing is, if you can do it with a little bit of money, it doesn't have to be millions.
Well,
enough to be able to like.
But
do
Dave,
something cool. Like one of our peeps, Brett Pierce, The Wretched, didn't have any major stars in it or anything like that. They made a small little movie that came out and like did something, and that's inspiring. And the thing is this, what everyone should realize, and the pandemic has brought this out in a very good way. The good thing about the pandemic is it's like, it's made people realize that they can do a lot more than they thought they could on their own. and create stuff and get it out there and not have to wait or need big companies to push it. Now,
But
again, be realistic. You're not going to make a lot of money sometimes, but sometimes you're going to get a wretched.
But I would say this. I mean, the Pierce brothers who made The Wretched. The Wretched is I would call it a delightful indie slice of horror. It's a really effective, very well done, beautifully made film. Now, in the real world, if the Pierce brothers made The Wretched, somebody should have come to them the way in the world we grew up in, Dave, and said, "We love this movie. What are you going to make next? Here's the money. Go make it."
Well, right. And
Avco Embassy and the problem now is the world
and it should have been that movie could have been a Fright Night.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could have been, and the problem now that I see is that the people in charge know less than they've ever known, and they don't know. They're like,
well, the people in charge don't like movies.
Well, that's true too.
They like the bottom line, but they don't really care about movies.
But the thing is,
people who were excited and inspired by movies to want to get into this business to somehow help make movies.
Yeah, and look, to me, when I look at a movie like The Wretched and the Pierce brothers made it, I'm like, I can't wait to see those guys' next film. And the fact that they have to go out and shill and audition and all, I'm like, they already did it.
Yeah,
they already did. They already proved themselves. Like there is no in this world. It's like, give them $10 million to go off and make their next movie, and they will make you money. And yet there's nobody in the world that will be like, we don't know. I'm like
it's funny that I mean, and maybe we're wrong. Maybe Blumhouse
no, we're not wrong. We are not wrong.
Maybe Blumhouse has reached out to them and said, "Hey, what do you got? If you want to do something smaller," and maybe they want to do something bigger, and they're not willing to take that leap. We don't know.
Look, that could be, but you know what, business. Blumhouse. We all know Blumhouse is, and they're great, and I'm a huge fan, but they have a very, very limited worldview.
But again, that's the thing. But the problem is, in today's world, there's not that many places to go.
No, there isn't, and that's the problem.
This is why now we're all struggling.
And Dave, what's worse is there's no guarantee. Like I will, not to toot my own horn, but I produced a movie that's actually still in theaters right now. Mm-hmm. And the economics watching, I can't believe it's still in theaters. But the economics is such, it's a constant struggle. The way the movie business works now, there is absolutely no way that low budget movies can actually turn a profit. They can't. Unless you have a big corporation or streaming service. Even like if you make a great movie and put it on Amazon Prime or Netflix, they won't pay you shit for it.
No, I mean, that's the thing. People who don't realize, like, when you get on Amazon Prime, it's like you might,
you can put your movie on Amazon Prime if you want your own set, your own bad self.
But the thing is, you might get 10 cents per view, and that means someone who has to watch the movie for over 20 minutes.
Dude, it's so
as a view, and the person who made the movie might get 10 cents. That's the reality that we're dealing with now.
No, it's
Netflix for a no budget thing, which they don't really grab anymore. They might go, we'll take it. We'll give you $5,000 for maybe like a 2-year exclusive.
Dude, it's so frustrating. I mean, it kills me to know that this is very interesting. So Tango Shalom, a movie I produced, I edited, I was the VFX and post supervisor. I put my heart and soul into this.
Right.
The only territory, I mean, I shouldn't say the only. The first territory that bought it was fucking Russia.
Right.
Which, they're releasing it across the entire country, but their price to get it in Russia is not a lot of money. So I spent 5 years of my life. Is it the greatest movie in the world? No, it's not Lawrence of Arabia. It's not Apocalypse Now. It's not
And you've
All
already
About
covered
Eve or
why
whatever.
It took 5 years of your life. You've already covered that before.
Yeah.
People know.
Yeah, so, but the thing is, I still, and I didn't do it for money. I wanted the project to be good. But then once it gets out in the world and people are like, oh, this project has value, you're like.
But the thing is, the reality is, guys.
I just want the,
Rob
I want the investors
Rob
to get
can
paid
be-
back.
I know, but Rob can be on a pedestal and stuff and go, and I'm sorry, I'll just argue with this. You're like, I didn't do it for the money. Yeah, I know you didn't initially do it for the money, but
There
didn't
is
do
no
it-
money.
But the thing is, you didn't do it not for the money. You're not working for free.
Oh, no. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am, Dave. I mean, I worked for 5 years on this film, and I probably was actually paid for 3 or 4 months worth of work.
Yeah, see,
The movie
that's
never.
the problem.
Here's the thing.
So you went against your own rule. It's not show friends, show business. Is what
No,
you negotiated
I didn't go
against.
against my own rule because there was no. Here's the thing, and Dave actually points out that I always advocate. You don't get what you deserve. You get when you negotiate.
Get when
It
you
isn't show
negotiate.
friends or show
So
business.
Rob negotiated something where he
No.
tried
No.
to
No.
compromise that.
No.
Okay.
This film that came my way, there was no negotiation. There was no project. There was no money. There was just a film that got made. And so the question that I was asked was like, do you want to work on it? And this particular project, Tango Shalom, had no economic impact in my life at all, other than the fact that I'd have to work for thousands of hours and basically not get paid. Now,
Okay.
people will say, "Why'd you take the job?"
Why? So yeah, why do it? And I think this is going to be a very inspirational answer.
The reason I took the job was because I saw in this little fakakta indie production, there was a great story. The acting was beyond what I thought it would be. And there was wit and verve and excitement and passion in this crazy project. And they didn't have an editor, which in itself was insane. And
Okay.
I looked at it and I thought to myself, I said, you know what? I can make this movie. I was given unmolded, like literally a pile of film, even though it was shot digitally. I was given a pile of unmolded clay. And I looked at it and I said, you know what? This movie has a great story. And I think that I can help shape it into the story it needs to be. And for me, yeah, my problem is I've always wanted to work on films, and that comes along so few and far between. I think I'm good at it. So I threw in the towel. I said, yeah, I'm all in on this project. Let's make it good. That was in 2016.
And you did
May
not think
May
it
of
would take this
2016.
long.
And
you had
dude,
no idea that it would take this long.
Nope, I had no idea it would take, and I had no idea that now it's now
What did
been
you-
in theaters.
How long did you? How long did you think it was going to take initially? How long do you think that you would like have to?
2
be on it?
months.
Do you think? I mean, just 2 months.
2 months. Yeah.
5 years.
Yeah, and the producers ran out of money. I didn't do it for free, but I didn't charge them a lot, and it was all done on my equipment, and they never
No, you were making,
paid
like-
me.
the reality is you were making your money doing your stuff
Yeah, I was
online
subsidizing
and
their project, doing other work.
and campia stuff online, and maybe a couple other things here and there. But that's the thing. That's the reality that is like, guys, this story is way Rob's story is way more common than the 1.5% of big Hollywood that you
Oh, dude.
probably
I
hear
mean,
about.
look, here's what's really interesting. So I came on this project after it was shot.
Right.
However, I was given a lot of leeway creatively, which is what made it attractive to me. And I even said, we need to do this reshoot. And they all agreed. To the point where the director, Gabe Bologna, and I had such a great relationship. And he's like, look, man, if you think we need to do this, I'll get it done. I said, well, yeah, we need to shoot this one
and you're
character.
lucky. That's good. That's great. That's great.
But
Charlie the Unicorn sounds like a movie needs to be made called Rob's Story. It was made. It was called Free Enterprise. Go watch it.
it's funny. Yeah.
Maybe not Rob's newest story, but one of Rob's stories.
Well, it's funny because people don't know. A lot of people don't know Free Enterprise is a lost film. And Dave, you're in it.
I am in it.
Yeah.
I am in it, and I'm proud to be in it because I lived it. I lived it with you. I lived a lot of that shit with you in real life before you ever made it into a movie. So it's awesome.
Oh, I know.
Anyway, I'm proud of you that you stuck with Tango, and the nice thing is the reward in at least in a little sense, the reward is paying off in the sense that one, that it's in theaters and being enjoyed by people, and now it's out on DVD. But the other thing is the relationship that you have made with the releasing company, which potentially has a lot of potential for future endeavors for you, which is very exciting.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, Dave.
And I think the other thing is too, because you put in the passion on this movie, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the fact that you put in so many years of work and everything else, that it has kind of jump started something within you to like go, okay,
agreed.
One, I know you want to direct again, but two, I know
and I've tried.
One, you are also a little bit selfishly like wanting to bring in your friends to do stuff that you've helped set up, and most of us don't have the wherewithal or the position to be able to set up our own movie. Never mind want to put in the effort to set up a couple things.
Well,
one
look,
for you to direct and others for other people to direct.
But here's the very frustrating thing about our modern age. Like, for instance, I'll flat out say, like, you sent me a project called Rotten Apples that you want to make, you want to direct.
Yeah,
it's perfect. It like what you sent me. I'm like, oh, I want to live in a world where I own this movie on a 4K disc. like I look at you, like you have the vision, you have the talent, you and I'm like, this shit's dope. Like you sent me this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, we're gonna make this movie. And for me, I'm like, I look at this, I'm like, the world will be a better place if Dave Parker gets to make Rotten Apples the way he wants to make it.
The world will be a better place if both you and I get to make movies again.
Yeah, but I'm saying
I appreciate it, and Michael is like going, "Oh, the bromance is real." Michael, stop being so jealous, man.
But I know,
Michael, it ain't gonna happen.
I know, and Dave and I can go back and we can talk about whatever. But but in all honesty, I mean, we're different than normal YouTubers in the sense that we make movies. We actually do make movies, like we do. And one of the things that Dave you did was you took an experiment, and turned it into a feature, Cold Water, that got sold and came out in the world.
Yeah, it's an experiment.
But it's pretty great. I mean,
it's out there. It's it is what it is. I'm proud of it, warts and all.
Yeah, but
very proud of it, warts and all. And the thing is, no one will ever know the whole story about why I went and made that and the way we made it and everything else. But you know what? Who cares?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. The fact is, you made the movie. I mean, it's hard to make films, and I think it's beautifully made. It's got a lot of great stuff in it, and I think the problem with the world we live in now is, and I found this out when I made Free Enterprise 22 years ago. What was very funny was Free Enterprise defined indie cinema, but when we went into the indie cinema world, they're like, this is just pandering Hollywood poppycock. You just want to make Hollywood movies. I'm like, don't you? Like I was trying to make some populist movie for $600,000.
I'm ready to sell.
It was.
You know. I wish, Rob, going back to how the 80s are GOAT. I wish I had a personal story to tell, like Bob Clark did with Porky's.
Oh my God. Okay, dude, if you made Porky's now, you would get canceled.
I know. So God love Bob Clark. Who is a GOAT in his own right.
Hang on, we have so many. Let me just. We have to, Dave. There are so many people engaging, and I want to thank everyone sending tips and super chats, and thank you so much. And this next name is tough. David de Oliveira Pinhario sends in a super chat and says, a hit horror story to help sell the proposal. The Ugarian Silent House was one. Do you know that? Was a one-shot horror feature. It was remade with Elizabeth Olsen. I don't know this.
I've seen both. One shot. Both one shot. Well, the Ugarian version is much better. But I've seen both.
Why did you tell me this? My Blood Beach idea already shot down.
Oh, people have done one-shot movies way before that. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but I'd do the best one.
They just haven't done Blood Beach.
Yeah, well, they should. All right. I didn't know that. Well, thank you, Davi. That's good to know. See, even on this show, we learned something. As much as we know, Davi, I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I didn't know that.
I did not know that.
I did not know that. Michael Strelitz, very great super chat, says, sorry, Michael. You don't have to apologize.
Midnight Metal means you never have to apologize.
Yeah, love means never having to say it's not Midnight Metal.
Yeah, me or Rob, we might have to apologize to each other at certain points, but everyone else, fuck.
Yeah, I mean, with Dave, sometimes I don't pleasure him the way he likes, so what can I do?
Sometimes he puts on the fucking Penthouse tape, and he puts it on for a little longer than 10 minutes, and, it's not enough foreplay for me.
I know. I mean, what Dave wants is a rim job and a jerk off. I get it. I understand. I know. I understand. I get it. Who doesn't? Brad Pitt's Banana Hammock sends in a tip and says, Rob.
It's pretty big hammock, by the way.
It's Dave's show. Oh. Brad Pitt. It could be. It could be because, I love Dave. We've worked together for 20 years, so and
tapping out soon. I'm gonna be hitting that turnbuckle and tapping out on this tag team match pretty soon. It's three.
You are not going to tap out. Come on,
310, man.
Connery's ghost
To Yuma. It's 310 to Yuma.
Connery's ghost says, "Gentlemen, welcome to The Rock." I love that. Thank you, Connery's ghost. The Rock. I mean, everyone's talking about, is The Rock a James Bond movie? Is that James Bond? No, it's not.
No, it's not.
But I like the movie.
But it's still awesome.
You know why it's great? Ed Harris, so good. So Connery's ghost, all right. It's
Tony
good.
Todd, man.
Dave Parker's number 2 fan.
What?
Sends in a tip. Yes, Dave. Dave Parker's number 2 fan.
So
I
who's
don't.
number
You know,
one, me?
I'd like to think it was me. You know what? But in The Prisoner, no one knew who number 1 was. So I think Dave Parker's number 2 fan is okay. So Dave Parker's number 2 fan says, question. If you find yourself in a zombie apocalypse, what records are you throwing at the zombies from your collection?
Little Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah,
reference
that he
there.
says exactly like Shaun of the Dead. They threw Prince records. I mean,
Yeah, so would I. I just want to say it so Rob would just lose his mind. I think I
fuck you! Fuck!
What would I throw at a zombie? Well, you want some. They'd probably, I would like to throw some irony at them. So I would throw some of my death walls.
Irony? Do you think zombies respond to irony?
Wait.
Maybe.
I was gonna say I'm gonna throw my Death Waltz releases of like Let Sleeping Corpses Lie, Zombie Holocaust, the 180 thick vinyl, so it really really penetrates the noggin there. And Rob,
it certainly penetrates it.
Everyone, and I really appreciate the chat. And now everyone's trying to make you feel bad, going, Dave Parker's number 2 fan, thinking that number 2 means taking a big fucking shit.
I didn't get that at all. I thought it was Annie Wilkes. I thought it was a Misery reference to Annie Wilkes. I mean, guys, okay. Guys, girls,
they're all having their fun, going, oh, number 2 fan must mean that he's taking a big hot Carl on my chest.
Okay, guys, if someone says Dave Parker's number 2 fan, it is a direct reference to Stephen King's novel Misery. If you'd read it, which you clearly haven't, you would understand. And by the way, I love you all. Don't think I'm dissing you.
But don't hobble me or cut my feet off and then with a blowtorch cauterize me.
Wow.
Please.
Yes. I mean, the fact is, I would say that whoever is Dave Parker's number 2 fan, you need to give it up for that person because they're smart and
I don't
funny.
have that many. And you know what? Number 2 fan, give me that number.
They're smart and funny, and they understand what that means. And what that means is a literary reference, which means they read the book Misery. Worst solid movie, but
Paul in Long Beach goes, Kiss Destroyer. Paul. Goat.
So, hang on. Stubble McShave sends in a tip and says, I want to see the moment when Obi-Wan realized that Vader Anakin survived Mustafar. What people don't bring up on them meeting after episode 3 is the line, he's more machine now than man. How does he know if they don't meet when Vader was still in the suit? Well, Stubble, I think
I think you just answered your own question.
I'm like, Dave Filoni knows this. Dave Filoni told Jon Favreau, he's like, what?
It's
what
more
what
machine
times- yeah, it's
now than
more
man.
machine now than man. And everyone's like, it's not canonical. They never met before Star Wars. I mean, come on.
No,
I don't give a fuck.
mm.
If it's good,
He goes,
course they
they
did.
never met before Star Wars. He goes, this is your father's lightsaber. Of course they met.
well, yeah, well, Vader and
Of course.
it's all fine. I mean, if it's a good story and a great, who cares? It'll just define it for you.
How about
Crisp,
this?
by the
Just
way,
be good.
but crisp rat AD3, or is that like the AC3?
Is that
Oh, it's
like-
AD3.
is that like-
It's
is
almost
that
like
like,
the sound
like
on laser
Dune?
discs in the early 90s. R&B. Where does The Visitor fall in the pantheon of Dave?
In the pantheon of what? You didn't finish the sentence.
Of
Or question.
Star Trek
Oh,
for you.
You said Star Trek.
I'm just saying, I had to stop. Okay?
Oh, sorry.
The Visitor is an early 4th season episode of Star Trek Deep Space.
fourth. I thought. Oh, Deep Space. No,
Yeah, I know. Dave, don't even start. Don't. For me, it's my favorite episode, and
Ray
possibly
Gertman's here tonight. Hi, Gray. Hi, Ray. You said really nice things about Rob on Facebook today. He was praising Free Enterprise, Rob. Just so you know, today.
Well, you're in it, so
But he was really praising you.
okay. Hang on 1 second. Let me just finish this story.
Yeah, The Visitor.
So Chris Rapp 83 says, for me, it's my favorite episode and possibly the best father-son sci-fi story ever told on TV. Aww. Dave, can I respond to Chris Pratt
you can answer
83?
it. Just don't use the the words.
I won't say the words.
Okay.
I will say this.
Cool.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I think one of the great things about Deep Space Nine, which is a part of a pantheon of shows, Deep Space Nine is the depiction of a single father, a single black father, and his son. And the episode The Visitor, which it goes across time and space, transcends. Yes, it transcends time and space. It is one of the great episodes of science fiction television. And what's so great about it is it's not just a great science fiction story, but it is a great story about the heart and how people are bonded together, husbands, wives, fathers, sons. The Visitor is one of the great episodes of a television franchise that has been vandalized since 2009. And The Visitor is one of the great episodes of that particular iteration of that show that shall not be named. But you and I, we park our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay. So there you go. So Rob? Chris Pratt, 83, yes.
Rob.
Yeah, Dave.
It's beautiful.
I'm sorry. So Dave, Ron C. sends in a super chat and says, gentlemen, I love Blood Beach. I never forgot the dog scene.
Cheers to the dog scene.
You know what? I would never kill a dog in my version. Just saying. I'm just saying. Okay.
Do we have another super chat?
Dude, we have so many. The young Yoda just sends in a super chat. Well, thank you. Nothing, no question, nothing. And then, of course, our foundational member, Tom Jr. Jackson says, let's get physical media. Yes, it is. Let's get physical media happening today. I mean, come on, man. Yes, come on, Tom Jr. Jackson. What the hell?
Any other ones?
No, I think we're caught up. We're
caught up. Rob. No. Rob, sir.
Dave, don't tell me you want to stop the show. We're rocking right now.
No, sir. It's 3:20.
It's not 4:20 yet.
Well, you don't smoke weed, so it doesn't matter. So learn to leave them with a little more.
Are you
So
telling me
come
you're
back.
gonna like disappear?
Yeah, it's 3:20. It's time. It's time, guys.
I don't think
It's
so.
time. You can stay if you need to, but I really think we should give them a little, make them wait a little bit more. You know,
Dave,
don't give them too much good stuff all at once, Rob.
I agree. If you want to go, you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do if you go.
I know you are.
I'm going to bring on our viewers.
All right, but give me a minute. Everyone, thank you so much for putting up with us. As always, every week. I hope you found enjoyment about it. I hope you got a little some wisdom. Maybe you agreed with us. Maybe you disagreed with us. You're going to have your opportunity now to come on with Rob and go, that fucking Dave is a fuckhead. Doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And,
Oh my God.
The thing
In a
is,
world
I probably won't even hear it
where
because
Dave
I'll just
Parker
be on next week.
is a fuckhead. I don't think you're a fuckhead.
But you know what? Before I leave, Rob, I'm going to put this challenge to you. One last GOAT. GOAT metal album of all time.
Ooh. That's tough. I mean,
yeah, it is.
The GOAT metal album of all time.
Obviously, it's subjective.
Well, it's also era specific. I mean, you have to.
It's
you have
not. No, all time.
No, it is era specific because,
all time. There can be like
okay.
There can be only one, and I'll preface this going, I have no idea what my answer is. Yeah.
Okay, okay. To be honest, in my life, if someone asked me what's the great metal album of all time,
fuck you, Michael L.A. going, don't let the screen door hit you on the way out. God damn you, fuck you. I mean that with all the love in the world.
In my life, I have to say Kiss Alive.
Okay, that's your pick.
That's my pick. Kiss Alive. When I was 10 years old, dude.
Time. Metal album of all time.
I'm talking about the metal of all time in my life. In my life.
Of all time, Rob picks Kiss Alive.
Yeah.
A very respectable pick. Metal.
Dave,
right
you already have.
Right
I mean, enough of the theatrics. Just say it.
Now, Injustice for All. Metallica.
Wow, okay. All right. But here's the thing. Is Metallica
metal?
Yeah. Or is
Dave
it
looks
alternative?
better going than coming. Well, T. Orlando, you haven't seen me coming, so I wouldn't say that so quick.
Oh, it's exquisite. It's great. Oh, wait, what?
People just want me off so they can get on you, Rob. They're all just about getting on you.
Oh my God! Hang on. D is for Dave Parker. Sends in a tip and says, "Is the 2006 version of The Omen really that bad?"
Yes, it is.
Okay, Dave, you can't just say yes is. Give me some reasons. Give me some. Back it up with cogent, critical thought.
Schreiber as Gregory Peck. Instead of Lee Remick, we get what's her face? What's her face? What's their fucking? It doesn't matter. It's awful. It's terrible. It's goddamn
Jerry
travesty.
Goldsmith did not score it, so
And Marco Beltrami did a score that was at least, thank God he did something that was not Goldsmith at all. Holy fuck. They just, you know what? The Omen remake was made because of a date. A date. 6/6/2006. That's the only reason that movie was made. Goddamn Travis.
So, hang on. Dino Barretta says, great show, guys. Dave, is this a great show? Is it?
Better than most.
I think it's pretty good.
Guess what? Yeah, and T. Orlando Pearson, Dave, show us your O face. You know what, pal? Pay me, fucker. Then I'll show you my O face.
Would that be your original physical media face?
Maybe.
I mean, you know, you're
Rob. Before I leave, GOAT question.
Yes, hang on, just so people don't forget. I just would like to just point out
don't forget that I'm trying to get the fuck out of here.
Hang on, like we're talking about the GOAT. This will be Black Phillip, the GOAT. Then we've got the this GOAT, and then we have the Drag Me to Hell GOAT. My God, we got lots of GOATs, and now we have Dave fucking Parker. Dave.
Greatest album cover art of all time.
Molly Hatchet. Come on.
What
Death
album?
Dealer.
What? Really?
The Molly Hatchet album with Frank Frazetta's Death Dealer. Isn't that the greatest metal album cover ever?
No.
Come on, really?
No, great. I didn't even say metal album. I just said greatest album cover ever.
Oh, I thought you said greatest metal album cover.
I didn't do metal. I was giving you a little leeway. I was like, yeah. I was just giving you a leeway. Greatest album cover ever, in your opinion. But you and I are close.
Well, I thought it was metal.
Oh, what you're typing something and looking it up now?
No, I was actually answering a question. But no, my
Michael Elliott, you're not Michael Elliott. I'm sorry. Even if Rob takes guests tonight, he has already been told that you're not allowed to be on tonight, sir.
I love Michael Elliott.
But he is not allowed to be on tonight. We already agreed on this, Rob. We agreed on this before we started the show.
I agreed if
Michael Elliott is not allowed to be on the show tonight. I am sorry. And
Dave,
that's what you get, Michael, for talking smack.
and
Rob, the show posts later, and I can check it. So you better respect that.
Dave, I'm really upset about the fact that you don't love my metal.
Look, who doesn't love Frazetta? But I was just saying, your favorite album cover of all time. For you, your GOAT, your favorite album cover.
Okay, that
doesn't have to be rock and roll. Doesn't have to be metal.
Okay, do you know what my favorite? To be honest,
I want to know.
My favorite album cover of all time is Yes Songs.
It's very artistic.
That's my favorite. I mean, in terms of what I loved, what I as a kid, the fold-out records.
Yeah. Well, you cannot include the gatefold when you open it up. It just has to be I'm just talking.
You did not say that. You said asked me my favorite.
Yes Songs is a great cover.
That was my favorite thing. It's like the fold out.
Opening it up is a whole different thing, but just the cover alone.
You did not define that, sir. You just asked me, and I'm like,
didn't I say what was the greatest album cover that for in his opinion? That would mean the cover, not the gate.
Okay, then fuck you. Kiss the Grand Illusion. Fuck off.
Kiss never made an album called The Grand
Pardon me,
Illusion.
Styx, The Grand Illusion.
Okay.
Did I say Kiss?
Yes, you did. You did.
Styx, The Grand Illusion.
Cool. I'll go. My favorite cover. Well, it's a tie. Of favorite covers, just the album. David Bowie's Diamond Dogs
Great cover.
and the Rolling Stones' Sticky Fingers.
Okay. Can I just say, I think that you're a little disingenuous being Midnight Metal or whatever. I mean, you're actually talking about the greatest rock and roll album covers of all time.
I specified not metal albums.
Okay, but hang on a second.
Your favorite covers.
Okay, maybe you conjured up like the greatest rock and roll album covers of all time. I was not thinking along those lines.
Is Sticky Fingers with Joe D'Alessandro from Andy Warhol's Junk with the zipper that you could unzip, and Diamond Dogs, which has this androgynous shit on it, and you just look at it like I don't even know what I'm looking at. Some of the greatest album covers of all time.
Okay, Dave, you know what? I'm going to bring whoever I want on this show right now. I'm going to send you away.
You're going to bring Michael Elliott on and really.
I love Michael Elliott. He's great.
You're going to break your promise.
You know what?
I do love the cover of the Muppets movie soundtrack, Michael Elliott, and I swear to God, if Rob brings you on tonight and I check back later,
how do you not love Michael Elliott? You know
I'm
what?
just telling you. I know because he's been saying stuff tonight. He brings you on, guys. I'm not on next week. There you go. There's your challenge.
Are you actually dissing some of our audience?
I'm not dissing anyone. I'm just throwing down a challenge.
Wow.
And Rob, with that, I give you a fond medal adieu tonight.
All right. Well, Dave, I want to thank you for being here. Everybody, give it up for Dave fucking Parker. Wait, hang on. Let me just make sure that people are not asking. I want to make sure that all the questions.
I'm still watching, by the way.
I'm sure, but hang on. Hang on. D is for Dave Parker. Do we already ask? Is the 2006 version of The Omen really that bad? Do we ask that?
Yeah, we did ask that.
Okay,
yeah,
so Death Star Dave 2000 Parker says favorite Looney Tunes character.
Gossamer, the monster.
Short feeling them. Okay, there you go. All right. Okay, Dave. So I'll let you go, right?
Yeah, I guess so. We'll see what happens next, right, Rob? We'll see what happens next week. Everything about next week happens.
Yeah, well, you know what, Dave can talk all he wants. What it really comes down to is this is my show, and this is our show. This is the Imagination Connoisseurs show, and the fact is, we all love Dave Parker. He's great. I love Dave. He's handsome. He's sexy. He's funny. And he's disconnected from the show. So anyway, what I would like to do is in the live chat, here's what I am going to do. I'm going to throw it open to people like we do. And I'm going to bring people on this show. So, there is the rendezvous. If you guys want to come on the show, it's in the live chat. We'll see what happens, and we'll see if Dave Parker approves of you being on the show, because who knows? Do I know? I don't know. Fact is, if you want to come on the show, it's in the live chat, and we'll see if Dave Parker... Oh, you know who's on? Oh, one of my favorite people. Ha, ha, ha! Wow. Let's make sure. Xevious, we can't see you. I can see stubble. Hang on. Wait a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me make sure that I'm going to put people on and get them on in the proper way. Stubble! My God, how are you, sir? And hang on, no one can hear you yet. Just wait. I have to put you into the show, which I'm going to do. Yep, there's that your name. And what we don't have Xevious. I'm looking for Xevious. I'd love to see anyway. I'd love to see Xevious in the show. Hang on, Subble, just give me a minute. Oh, he disappeared too. But he'll come back. Oh, Matthew, good. What's going on, son? How are you? Hang on, I'm going to put you in the show. I just need to I need a minute. Which I will get. Hang on. Wow, hang on. There's lots of work I have to do. Suddenly I've become a producer of a live TV show, which I have a hard time dealing with. So hold on. It'll be all good. Let me just get your name down. And hang on, let me just make sure. Matthew Good. I want to make sure you are hang on. So, and I'm going to put you in the show, sir. And hang on. I'm going to put you there. And you're going to be in. And my God, I hope you're witty and funny and make sure that you're monumentally entertaining. Are you? Because we'll find out. Hang on, everyone. Welcome, Matthew Good, to Midnight Metal. Matthew, first of all, I have to ask you a couple of questions. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. Are you feeling fucking metal tonight? Are you feeling fucking metal, Matthew? Are you metal? Are you metal as fuck?
Metal, mate. Full on metal.
Fuck yeah. Okay. Now that we know that, where are you coming to us from? Where are you on the planet fucking Earth? The most metal goddamn planet that we know about. But where are you on our greatest globe of all time?
I mean, I'm from Sydney, mate.
Bruh. Okay. You know I spent a year in Sydney. Now, I lived at one King's Cross, right across the street from the Coca-Cola sign. Now, Sydney is one of my favorite cities in the world. Now, let me ask you, do you go down to William Street to the comic book store and buy comics there?
No, I gotta tell you, mate, I'm out in the western suburbs of Sydney.
All right, I understand. It's good. Do you go to Bondi? Do you swim? Do you look at the oogle the girls in bikinis or what?
I haven't been in Bondi for a while, mate.
Come on, man. Why not? Sharks. You're scared of the sharks.
Nah, mate, I'm out, in the western suburbs of Sydney.
I understand. Okay, now let me ask you this. First time I was ever in Sydney, I was working on the Two Towers, and I went and met the Foley guys in Sydney, and so they were doing all the sound effects for Lord of the Rings. And at the end of the day, I watched them work. They worked really, really hard. And I'm filming them, and they're like, mate, it's time to get a slab of baby. And I'm like, what the fuck? Nah, mate, it's time to get a slab of baby. Yeah, that's fine. I'm like, I don't even know what you just said. What's a slab? What's VB? I'm like, I don't fucking know. No, it's fine. We're gonna order this. Bring it. And they made the phone call, and then they bring a slab. Now, for those of you who don't know, a slab is 24 beers. Now, in America, we have a 6-pack, a half rack, which is 12-pack, and then there's 24 beers. Well, this is my first time I'd ever been to Australia. Yeah. And these guys, mate, we got a slab of it, mate. And I'm like, so I'm gonna tell you, Matthew.
Yep.
My first taste of Victoria Bitter.
Yep.
Was not good. I was like, this is piss, mate. This is not good beer. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why the fuck you guys got a slab? You got 24. And it's a weird bottle. It's like the VB bottle. I'm like, what the fuck? Come on, man. I had yet to taste Cooper's.
Cooper's, yeah. That's
I'm
cool.
a big Cooper's fan. Just saying. Hadn't had it yet because this is my first time. This is my first beer in New South Wales.
Yeah.
It was very mate. Very. And these
I've got
guys.
a question for you, Rob.
Yes, sir. Yes, Matthew.
Yeah, listen, mate. Of course, you're a bit of a Star Trek nerd.
No. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
When you first arrived to Sydney, right, and you flew into Sydney, what was your first thought when in Sydney Airport, knowing you're at Botany Bay? I know you can't walk there, but you're in the vicinity of Botany Bay, mate.
Well, okay. That may be the very best question I've ever been asked in my life. I mean, that's a very deep cut for Star Trek fans. Okay, so you're asking me about the Botany Bay in Australia. So for those of you who might not be up on your Star Trek lore, the starship that Khan Noonien Singh and his followers blasted off from Earth in 1996 from was named the Botany Bay. That was a reference to an Australian penal colony, right?
That's right.
And so to be honest with you, I have to say, the first time I did, here's the thing. The first time I went to Sydney was on Lord of the Rings, and that's when I met the guys, the Foley guys. But it wasn't until I worked on Superman Returns in 2005 when I came back, because I was only in Sydney for 2 days and I didn't know anything about Sydney. So when I came back on Superman Returns, I looked it up. I did all that research, the Wikipedia research. I read all about Sydney.
Yep.
And then I learned about Khan Noonien Singh and the Botany Bay, the penal colony, and all that stuff. And when I flew in to Sydney for the first time after that, I was waiting in the line for customs. And I thought to myself, I'm like, when I go to that customs guy, I want to say something like, he tasks me. He tasks me, and I shall have him. I will chase him round the moons of Nibia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. However, I thought perhaps that might not be the best thing to say to a customs officer at the airport as I'm going into Australia for the next year. Yeah. But still, the fact that you brought it up, I bow to you, good sir. Matthew?
That's cool, mate. Because I watch your show a lot, and I know how you love Star Trek, and I thought, if I ever get a chance to speak to you, I'll have to ask you about Botany Bay.
My God. Botany Bay. Oh, no. No, it's so good. And you know what? Let me just say this. I've been around the world. I haven't lived everywhere, but one of the greatest places on the planet Earth is Sydney, Australia. It is beautiful. It is cosmopolitan. It is amazing. And I was lucky in 2005 to spend, I lived there for a year. And I love it so much. And I would recommend, if anyone wants to go to a great world city, Sydney, Australia, my God, is one of the great places on earth. It really is.
Yeah. Now, another one for you, Rob, might throw which might surprise you.
Uh-oh.
When you were working on Superman Returns, the documentary, did you ever come across a bloke called Ian Roberts?
Oh, man. To be honest, I might have. I don't know. I mean, it was so... I met so many people on that documentary. It was hard to tell. So...
Yeah. Well, cut a long story short, he was actually in the movie.
Oh.
And he was actually one of the extras. And, yeah, I wasn't sure if you ever come across him.
I might have even shot him on video. I don't know. It was so...
Yeah.
Like, the funny thing for me was I was kind of on the outside. I mean, it took me everywhere, but I'm shooting all kinds of people. So
Okay. Yeah, the only reason I brought him up because he actually used to be quite a he used to play,
He played what?
he played rugby league, the NRL.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He was a big time football player for his time. So yeah, I wasn't sure if you ever met him or not, but yeah, he was quite a popular figure back in his heyday.
Oh, well, we did have a couple of footballers in the movie that were big guys that they were part of Luther's team.
Yeah, that's right. He was one of them.
Yeah, he was huge.
Yeah, big boy, mate.
Yeah, he was a gigantic. So he wasn't just an extra. He was in the movie. He was in the scene where he was in the movie where he killed Superman. Like he with the whole sticking with the shiv and throwing him off the Kryptonian island.
Yeah, he was one of Lex Luthor's bad boys. So to
that
speak.
guy was great. He was awesome.
Yeah.
And yes, I met him. I shot him. I spent much time with him. He was awesome. And if you watch the there's more. It's funny because I shot about. Well, I thought it was like 1,500, but I actually have about 2,000 hours. The documentary I made is only 3 hours long, but I shot about 2,000 hours of that footage. So, one day...
I did watch a documentary a long time ago, but I got to be honest, I don't remember much of it now.
Oh, it's okay.
I did watch the movie and that. So
I don't remember it either, and I made it. But that was 15 years ago. And I think we should make it more. Well, listen, sir. I want to thank you for being here. And
that's all good, mate.
And I will
to talk to you.
Yeah, it was great talking to you. And it was great. And we'll talk again.
No worries. Enjoy, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, I'd love to come back to Sydney. My God, do I love it.
Yeah. I'll shout you a beer, mate, if I ever come across you.
But no VB. At least Cooper's.
No worries, mate.
All right. Matthew, thank you for being here. Absolutely. Wow, we got Stubble. Hang on. You're still there. Thank God. And Tom Jr. Okay, gents, just give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'm going to put you both on the show. And Tom, hang on. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna put you all in. It's gonna be great, and we'll be here because I can't wait to have you here. Hang on. Hang on. No, you won't. Well, I hope not. just make this sexy. All good. So, gents, hold on. Let me just put you in the show. People are looking at me going, Rob, what are you doing? I'm like, well, I'm putting people in the show. I'm at Tom. You look pretty. You're looking pretty sexy tonight. I'm just saying, you're looking like what? You're in all the dark spaces. Hang on. There we go. And putting you there. And Stub McShave, I was like, are you still watching? No, you guys, this is going to be great. Just hang on. Wait, Xevious, where did Stubble go? Xevious, are you here? I can't see you. Well, but I can't see you. I can hear you, but I can't see you. Hang on, where are you? What's going on? What's going on? Wait, Stubble. Okay, hang on. Where Xevious? My God, he was here, but he's not there anymore. He's gone. Stubble, hold on, hang on, just give me a second. I'm gonna put you in, coach. Oh my God. And everyone's like, what the fuck? And Xevious, my man, he just disappeared. Where'd he go? I don't even know. So gentlemen, welcome to Midnight Fucking Metal. Tom Jr. Jackson from the East Coast of the United States and Stubble McShave from Sweden. Gentlemen, welcome to Midnight Metal. How are you both?
Oh, I'm feeling metal.
Are you feeling fucking metal? Now, wait,
yes, sir.
Tom, let me fix Stubble's lower thirds. But Stubble, the man who loves the world of time more than anyone. I mean, I have to say, the entire production company, they are playing the fans. It seems like the world of time is everywhere. They're releasing music and I would say, like, I have not seen such fan engagement since, well, ever. So, Stubble, as a lover of World of Time, how do you feel about the ramping up of fan engagement? Oh, my God. Stubble's gone. I don't know why, but Xevious is here. But we still can't see him. Xevious, there's no video there. I don't know. So, Tom, Stubble's back. So the question I have for you, Stubble, with all the fan engagement, I mean, you must be over the moon. Is it not incredible?
Yeah, and it's Wheel of Time, not World of Time. But anyway.
Did I say wheel? Okay. Look, it's a little late.
Yeah.
World of Time. I know it's Wheel of Time. God damn it.
No, it's great, and it's the studio has a great fan interaction with the fandom, and it's been a great almost cooperation in a way, and it's so. Because the Dusty Wheel had a 10-hour stream when the trailer dropped. And the composer were there for 40 minutes and just talked about the music and everything. And
God damn it, Stubble.
So how are things with you, Rob?
They're good. Things are, well, I mean... Xevious, I get no picture, but let me just. So, Tom, you've asked me a good. How are things with me? That's a very interesting question. I would say, for the most part, things are pretty good. I mean, I can't complain. I mean, Tango Shalom is still in theaters. I'm sorry, I'm hiccuping now and. Let me just put it
That's
back.
fine.
So yeah, so yeah, things are good.
I'm all vaxxed.
Oh,
I got
like a
both
boost.
shots. I got both shots, and then 28 days I go for my booster.
Which shot did you get?
I got the Pfizer.
I'm a Moderna guy, but that's good.
Yeah, so I mean, and I didn't really have any side effects, so that was good.
I didn't either, so that was good too. But so let me ask you: there's a lot of great stuff, that whether it's Foundation or Dune or Bond or Wheel of Time. What excites you? What are you looking forward to?
Let's see here. Well,
And
I
if
think
you
we all
say the
know.
4K version of To Live and Die in LA, I won't hold it against you, but I'm like, come on, brah. It's like deep
Well, I
in
wasn't.
2022 now. Like, what?
I know because Catherine was just asking me when is that coming out. I didn't see any date for it, so I figured probably next year.
Stubble's back. So, Stubble.
Yeah.
So, how excited? I mean, my God, the Wheel of Time promotional bandwagon is amazing.
Yeah.
And how do you feel? Are you excited? Is it good? Is it bad? Tell us. I don't know anything about this. By the way, I'm reading the first book. You sent it to me.
Oh, you started reading it.
I did.
It.
Yeah.
I am too.
How far along are you?
100 pages?
Yeah.
I'm kind of loving it. By the way, that was my one. I sat down, cracked it open for the first time, and then I was 100 pages into the book without thinking.
It's an easy read. It's a long read, but it's an easy read.
Yeah, but it's a fascinating read. I love it. I'm loving it. I'm like completely enamored.
Yeah.
I'd be reading it now if I wasn't on the show. God fucking damn it. Okay, you're back.
I don't know what's.
I don't know. I'm sure it's on my end. Look, just blame me. Everyone should. It's my fault. I accept that.
Okay.
So,
it's
but now that we accept it, so tell me, you're excited. I mean, my God, every day there's music, there's stuff. Now, how is the Wheel of Time fan community? Are people excited or are they cynical?
I think there's a little group that's cynical, but the most are very excited. But there are some, that they're afraid they're going to make it this or they're going to make it that. The casting is not the thing that they had in mind and whatever. But I think I haven't spotted anything that's given me concern so far. And I think it looks great, and it's cool to see all those scenes that you.
God damn. So Tom.
Yeah.
Subtle's back.
All those scenes, all those off-screen scenes that you don't see in the book, but that's alluded to. It's great to see.
Oh, so hang on. That's important. So they're fleshing out the things that we didn't see in the book or read about, but they're showing things that was alluded to.
Yeah.
Are you cool? Are you as a fan cool with that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like in 2013 was the last book, and then I had the worst book hangover because there was nothing new, no new material, and so this show has given us new material in the same world, even if there may be some differences, but we get new material, even if it's the same story.
So you're excited, and they're talking about it's going to be 8 years, 8 seasons. I mean, they're all in on this. So Tom,
that's what they're saying.
Are you excited about Subtle? Thank God you're back. So Tom, are you following the Wheel of Time thing? Are you excited as a newbie or whatever?
I just started reading the book. I'm about maybe 50 pages in. I'm enjoying it. But every now and then I keep seeing an article about it, and I'm like, Stubble's seen this. Yep, I bet he's seen this. Rob's going to tell Stubble about this. But yeah, I was surprised when they said they want to hopefully do 8 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, to me, from what I've read, it's clear that the world building is huge, and it's like they need time to tell this story. And first of all, and then I'm like, I love the fact that someone found this in the first place. That Wheel of Time, while I mean, I'm sure it's not Lord of the Rings, but you still needed executives who were savvy to say, like, yeah, we should make this. So it's pretty cool that they're doing it. I'm like, bring it on.
The showrunner is a longtime fan. He read the books as a kid, and I read them several times. So he knows the material in and out, and they have the book consultant who read the books 30 times, and so it's made by a group of fans.
Yeah, which is amazing. I mean, we don't get that in the modern age, and I think that's the future of franchises. And this is how many books? 18 books?
14 and a prequel.
You mean does that include Sanderson's books?
Yes.
Okay, so 14 and a prequel. Now, how much of this does the first season of the show represent?
It represents the first book, and then they pulled some things from the prequel and some things from the second book, and maybe something from the third. But they're not doing one book at a time. They're adapting it for.
So, how do you feel about that? Is it a good thing, a bad thing? I mean, how does that work?
Yeah. I'm back. Yay.
No, did you disappear? I mean,
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Oh,
and he
well.
just came back.
Yeah. By the way, I did a show with.
Yes.
Yes, and it will probably drop sometime soon. And we talked about the whole thing. We talked about the trailer and our favorite moments and the soundtrack.
Which is good.
Yeah, this show is pretty good. I watched the first episode. This show is very good. They go deep into this. So, yeah. Anybody who's there, go find her channel, Positive Fandom. Subscribe.
Yeah. I mean, is great. Her channel, please subscribe. Well, listen, kids, gentlemen, boys and girls. Look, I want to see Wheel of Time. I mean, just because Stubble loves it, and I think it'd be great. We should have a watch party or something. I don't know how to do what we should do. But it's amazing that this Wheel of Time series even got made. I can't believe it. You know, just like I can't believe Netflix's brand new Cherry Flavor. For those of you who don't know, Brand New Cherry Flavor was a horror novel written in the mid-90s by Todd Grimson. I can't believe somebody had to, like, grow up and having read that book said, you know what? I want to make a TV series of Brand New Cherry Flavor. Well, now that we have a Wheel of Time series, everything is possible. And the fact is, Wheel of Time is a little bit more erudite than, most shows. So we have to support it in every way, shape possible, don't we?
Yeah.
And I can't believe that there's a.
God damn it. Tom? Oh, yes. Stubble.
I can't believe that there's a Foundation series. I read that when I was 8 or 9 or something like that. Yeah, and all those things being made into series. I hope they're good, everything.
I know. And it is amazing, right or wrong, that we're getting a Foundation series. It's amazing. So listen, you, Tom, Stubble, gentle beings, kind souls, I need to go to sleep. I really do. It's 4:05. It's late night.
Hey,
I want to
Rob,
thank. Yes, sir.
Do you know that when you say that you're going that you want to go, there's a term that we have in the PGS for that?
Oh no!
Oh,
What
it's
is it?
called the Burnett. It's called the Burnett Goodbye, and it's almost like a Columbo goodbye, where you go just one more thing, and then it goes into about 76 more questions. But I just want to say thank you for letting me on the show, and it's a good episode.
Well, Tom, first of all, before you go,
Sure.
you're a connoisseur of physical media.
Yes, I am.
What did you buy this week?
I got High Sierra, and that's over on the other side of the room. But I got right here is Bringing Up Baby.
It's so good, right? You watch it. You say you watch it. Isn't it great?
I watched High Sierra earlier tonight, and I loved it. And I'd never seen it. I mean, it's a great movie. Like
It's
I
great.
think it's the movie that made Humphrey Bogart star. Like,
Totally.
it brought in the film noir.
Now I love the fact that you're buying these off the Criterion sale, right?
Amazon as well.
Oh, you froze.
It's everywhere.
Yes, it's great. I mean, I love the fact that like I was able to get so many things on this new Criterion sale. It's so good.
Yeah, we went through about 4 hours of no power earlier tonight, and my niece did not like it.
No, I'll bet. Now,
Yeah,
Stubble.
You ever see a child without the internet?
No, of course,
like
kids are freaking out. Like, what do we do? Well,
Yeah.
you could watch The Seventh Seal in 4K if you bought it from BFI. So, so the great Swedish film, the Seven Seals, coming out on 4K. It's out. Actually, I don't have it yet. Do you have it? Do you order it?
That's the one with
Max von Sydow is Death. Yeah.
Right. That's right. I need to get that one. I've been wanting to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for my Outsiders disc, but it's all good. Well, gentlemen, I am going to bid you a fond farewell because I need to go to bed.
Well, and good luck with your new show.
Well, you're going to be there. You'll all see it.
Yeah.
It's all about us.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
And I'll see you later for Let's Get Physical Media.
Yes, you will.
Before I disappear, I'll see you at the Dieter show later.
All right. The Dieter show. Wow. You know what? I get no respect. None. No respect. But it is the Dieter show. I understand. And by the way, the funny thing is I get as much entertainment out of it as everyone else because I just wait to see what he bought. I don't know. He doesn't call me and go, I got the next Scott Adkins movie. He never says that. I don't know what the shit he bought. I'm like, what the fuck? What do you buy this garbage for? He's like, well, Rob. But it's, you know what? No judgment. The great thing about tomorrow's show is I don't know.
I like the movies you got last week.
They were good.
You had no idea what it was.
They were good. They were good.
Yeah, I like it. He shows you some movie. You ever hear this? No.
Nope. He knows. But by the way, did he watch it? Has he seen it? He hasn't seen it either. It's fine. But my God, do I love my favorite German from Saarbrücken, Deutschland. I love Dieter Bastian. And you know what? Tomorrow's Let's Get Physical Media. And by the way, to be honest, the next month, it's like a desert out there. There's not a lot of things I want. I was looking, I'm like, what am I going to buy? Not a lot.
Well, I'll let you in on a little secret, Rob.
Uh-oh.
I happen to know that that Beatles documentary, the Get Back thing, is coming to physical media.
I can't wait. The clips are amazing. I can't wait.
Yeah. You and I should do something on that.
We should. I'm down. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm
we
in.
should.
Well, gentlemen.
Don't worry, there's a TV show.
So, Rob, I hope you have a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Subble, you were saying, hang on. You were saying what?
Don't worry about the content. There's a TV show coming.
All right. Well, gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this, the Post-Geek Singularity community. I love you guys, and thank you for being members of this for, what, a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years? Where are we at?
Yeah, about a year and a month or so.
Well, thank you to the both of you. And I'm going to...
By the way,
yes.
I always have your back, Rob, when you accidentally leave the stream going. I always get a hold of Mike right away for you.
I appreciate that, because hang on.
Yeah, have you liked the pictures I sent you? Have you
Dude, you know, the best. I mean, you know what's so funny? At least my falling asleep on the channel was peaceful. I thought, I looked at it, I watched it back. I'm like, all right. Am I embarrassed for this? Should it go away? I'm like, no, it's kind of Xevious put music to it. Da-na-na.
Yeah, I go right away. I go to Mike. I go, hey, Mike, Rob fell asleep. And this time he left the stream running and people are watching it and the live chat's going.
I just wish, I wish that in my drunken stupor, if I was quiet, that I'd actually be like telling a story like, God damn it, you horrible Landsteaders, or whatever. I didn't do that. I was just sleeping.
No, you just went, I don't know.
Yeah. It's okay.
Tom, we better say goodbye. Otherwise, he'll be up for another hour.
That's true.
Well, gentlemen, I will go to bed. Dieter Bastian and I will be on Let's Get Physical Media at 11 o'clock today, which is in another, what is that, 6 hours? Yeah.
Something like that.
So, gents, I will see you later. I want to thank all of you. Thanks for being on the show. It's amazing. And, you know, ultimately have a better day. Yes. Ultimately, I want to say to everyone, thank you for being a part of Midnight Metal. Fuck yeah, you're all fucking metal. And I want to thank everyone for supporting the channel via super chats and tips. Thank you so much. If you want to send us a letter, you can at the Burnettwork.net. Top right corner, find a place to submit it. I will read it on the air. So thank you for that. I want to thank my moderating staff. Bunyan Snipe is here, and I think that he's done a fine job, but I think there was someone else here. But anyway, I want to thank everyone for being here. I want to thank all of you for just being awesome, and thanks for supporting the channel and all of that. And on that note, my God, I must bring Midnight Metal episode number 63 to an end. Let's face it. You know what? The world is a place to be conquered. We just have to figure out how to do it and implement those tasks. So you can't do it alone. Anyway, on that note, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And on that note, I would say to all of you, everyone, every sentient being on Earth, have a better day. And I mean that.